afternoon. We would like to welcome the guests of the Minister who are in the gallery. You are all welcome, as well as the team from the department that is here. But I would like to indicate to our guests that while we welcome you in this house, in this extended public committee, you are allowed to appreciate when there's something that's exciting, but you're not supposed to clap hands. You can only smile. If there's something that you don't like, you are not to shout, express your anger, but you can frown, probably, and be quiet. So those are the rules of the house for our guests. You are all welcome. The Secretary will now read the first order of the day.
Debate on vote number 25, Economic Development Appropriation Bill.
The Minister of Economic Development, Honorable Patel.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, heads of the Competition and Trade Agencies and the Industrial Development Corporation, members who are following the proceedings elsewhere, fellow South Africans, and a special welcome to members of the public who are present here today and who I understand will be smiling frequently over the next half an hour. During 2015, the economy for the first time crossed the 4 trillion GDP mark, and total employment levels reached, also for the first time, 16 million jobs. Economies are about people, not simply numbers and policies, however. I am therefore today separately releasing the first of a series of profiles that tell the stories of a number of South Africans who are involved in projects that have or are enabled by government. These include, for example, Mike Msizi, a shareholder in the Tsitsikama wind farm, or Anna-Marie Brunswick, a pensioner from Tshwane who uses public transport, and a grade 11 student, Sophie Baloyi, who is in a new school that opened last year. We have also put together an exhibition here at Parliament of local entrepreneurs who have been partnered by government for MPs and members of the public to visit after the debate today. You will meet entrepreneurs such as Sibusiso Mapatiani, who runs a tooling plant in Gauteng, or Menki Muton, who manufactures rooibos tea in Citrusdal, and Dr. Kit Vaughan, an innovator of a state-of-the-art breast cancer machine. I want to focus today on 4 key elements of our economic strategy, namely competition policy, trade, industrial funding, and infrastructure. Because our joint efforts in these areas, when they are successful, resonate powerfully with South Africans who are our partners to create jobs in the economy. And they help to achieve the goals set out in the NDP. First, competition. To power up the economy, we need improved competition with increased jobs, small business opportunities, and industrialization as the targeted outcomes. In the past year, honorable members, we focused attention on 3 competition channels: on cartels and abuse of market dominance, on regulation of mergers and acquisitions, and on competition market inquiries. Cartels and abuse of market dominance result in high prices to the disadvantage of ordinary citizens and of economic efficiency, and they create quasi-monopoly practices in the economy. Over the past 12 months, the competition authorities investigated cartels in a number of industries, including steel, auto components, glass products, and in the farm supply chain. We are taking firm steps to end cartels. Honorable members will recall the 1.4 billion rand fine previously imposed on companies in the construction industry for acting as a cartel and fixing prices. Since then, government has engaged the companies concerned in a broader reparation package to financially compensate the state, transform the sector, and sign integrity commitments to ensure that there's no collusion or corruption in their dealings with government, with each other, and towards other private sector clients. Our actions against cartels have begun to have an impact, but more needs to be done. A recent World Bank study on competition in South Africa noted the following, and I'd like to quote, "In the case of 4 cartels in maize, wheat, poultry, and pharmaceuticals, products which make up 15.6% of the consumption basket of the poorest 10%, conservative estimates indicate that around 200,000 people stood to be lifted above poverty line if we tackle cartel overcharges." End of quote. We are confident that because our work on cartels over the past 5 years has given clarity in the market on what collusion entails, what kind of acts falls within what the statute calls prohibited practices, we can now step up our actions, step up our efforts to the next level in our endeavor to combat corruption, cartels, and anti-competitive conduct that raise prices and keep businesses and new entrants out of local markets. Accordingly, government will tomorrow gazette a presidential proclamation that brings into effect certain sections of the Competition Amendment Act, with effect from the 1st of May this year, which will make it a criminal offense for directors or managers of a firm to collude with their competitors to fix prices, to divide markets among themselves, or collude in tenders, or to acquiesce in collusion, and they expose themselves to time in jail if they are convicted. I see a lot of smiles from the public gallery.
The public gallery should again not break our rules by clapping their hands. Continue, Minister.
The Competition Commission has also dealt with mergers and acquisitions, and I'd like to turn to that next. The Commission considered 408 company mergers and acquisitions in the past year, and of these, 98% were approved. In 35 cases, competition or public interest conditions were set. Recently, 2 large mergers in the beverage sector attracted public comment. The first involved a 1.5 trillion rand global takeover of SAB Miller by AB InBev, and the second is a Coca-Cola SAB Miller merger of 3 large South African soft drink bottlers. Last Thursday, I announced an agreed approach with AB InBev to the competition authorities on the takeover of SAB Miller. Today, I am releasing additional details on the agreement as it affects South Africa. These include the following. AB InBev committed 1 billion rand to a localization effort for farmers and other suppliers of inputs. This is the largest financial commitment yet by a company in merger proceedings, and it's 4 times larger than the financial commitments imposed on Walmart by the Competition Appeal Court. That is development. 610 million rand of this will be used to support the development of 800 new emerging farmers and 20 new commercial farmers to produce more local barley and hops and maize and malt, with a strategic intent, honorable members, to create at least 2,600 new jobs in agriculture. The company is looking to turn South Africa from a net importer of hops from other countries to a net exporter of hops and value-added malt. In a groundbreaking commitment on jobs, the company agreed that it will not retrench any worker involuntarily as a result of the merger, now or at any point in future. In addition to this commitment, the company also agreed to maintain their workforce in the beer and cider divisions, roughly 5,900 permanent employees at current levels for the next 5 years. So it's quite extraordinary. The company says, irrespective of market conditions, we will maintain total employment levels over this period. Other terms dealt with economic empowerment, keeping the African headquarters in Johannesburg, access for small brewers to fridges and cooler space, and promoting alcohol-free and low-alcohol products in the South African market. An implementation board will monitor progress with the 1 billion rand commitment with equal representation from the company and government. This is the most comprehensive agreement of its type yet that has been placed before the competition authorities for consideration. Honourable members, we are still in dispute with Coca-Cola and its partners SAB Miller on the combination of 3 existing soft drinks plants. While we have made progress with some areas of localization and also on keeping at least 20% of the equity of Appletiser in South African hands, there are still serious challenges. Government is concerned at 2 critical matters: very substantial job losses that may result from the transaction over the next few years, and practices by Coca-Cola that closes the market to smaller soft drink producers through refusing access to fridge or cooler space to rival brands. When you come to a spaza shop, if the fridge has been sponsored by Coca-Cola and it only has proprietary brands there, the small player, the small bottler cannot enter. It limits competition. It means you close markets to South Africa's people. These competition interventions are not isolated actions, but a part of a coherent strategy by government to ensure a better fit between the legitimate interests of shareholders in mergers and acquisitions and the public interest on jobs, on industrialization, on empowerment, and on small business development. Honourable members, the Competition Act has been a cornerstone of our efforts to promote a more inclusive economy. And based on our experience with the Competition Act and court rulings, a number of gaps and weaknesses, as well as possible solutions, have been identified. This will include changes to the legislation to address matters relating to excessive pricing, abuse of market dominance, guidelines for competition leniency applications, and procedures for the work of the competition authorities, including on information claimed as confidential. We're consulting further within government and with the competition authorities and expect to release details of the proposals for wider public consultation in the course of the year. Next, I turn to trade. South Africa exported 1 trillion rands worth of goods and services last year, equal to 31% of our GDP. Trade can play a key role to promote industrialization, innovation, and investment. Our top 5 export markets are China, the United States, Germany, Namibia, and Botswana. Last year, Africa overtook Asia to become the single biggest regional market for South African manufactured products. We sold just over 300 billion rand of products and services to the rest of the continent. Our Africa-centered strategy also includes deepening the outflow of capital, investing in neighboring countries. For example, the IDC approved a tin mining and smelter transaction in the DRC. The supply of construction services and equipment to the mine will come from South Africa with a value between $20 and $40 million a year, creating jobs in South Africa, creating jobs in the DRC. The current top 5 exports to other countries are platinum, cars, gold, iron ore, and coal. We need to do more to export labor-intensive manufactured products. We cannot just be the supplier of raw materials. So we've made some advances on this issue. Trade with the rest of the continent is more value-adding, and indeed, we sell more manufactured articles, cars, trucks, construction machinery to our neighbors, creating close to 250,000 jobs here in South Africa. Honourable members, I issued regulations last year that addresses the procedures to be followed and the criteria to be considered when evaluating tariff applications. This morning, I issued a trade directive published today in the Government Gazette that requires ITAC to consider the commitments companies make on investment, jobs, and industrial output when making its findings on tariff increases or rebates of duties. It's done to ensure that we don't rely simply on tariff protection or rebates, but invest heavily in new technology, training of workers, and product innovation so that we maintain or increase our market shares by becoming efficient. It's also to ensure that any costs to connected industries are at least compensated by increased jobs. In the past 12 months, we reduced tariffs through rebates and duties to help bring down input costs and create local jobs. So it's not only about raising tariffs, it's also about reducing tariffs. We did it in fabric used in upholstered furniture, in components for electric water meters, in panels for flooring systems. We did anti-dumping duties on cement from Pakistan and wheelbarrows from China. An additional protection was granted primarily to steel products, including for steel tubes and pipes. Next, honorable members, I turn to industrial funding and investment. The department itself, economic development, helped to unblock a number of investment projects. One example is a local noodle factory who received grant funding to improve their competitiveness and now supplies Massmart. They're outside in the exhibition. You get some free noodles when you go and visit them. A new film studio was supported in Joburg to strengthen the country appeal as a film-making location of choice. A tender in the Northern Cape for water pipes was rewritten to ensure tender specifications were aligned with local industrial capacity. And a fruit canning operation in the Western Cape was supported to obtain electricity during power shortages, which saved their crops and 2,000 seasonal jobs. I've reported on a number of additional examples like this to Parliament over the past 12 months. Supporting the efforts of EDD is the IDC. And the IDC itself, honorable members, continue to play a quite extraordinary role as a catalyst for new investment and innovation in the economy. In the period since 1994, the IDC has invested 166 billion rand, 166 billion rand in the economy, with 70 billion rand of that directed at black empowered companies. In the past 12 months, IDC preliminary figures show approvals of 13.6 billion rand of new funding and disbursements of 11.5 billion to partner companies. These are significant levels of new investment that in turn attract private sector capital, and in this way the IDC's investment will create more than 12,000 new jobs and save almost 5,000 additional jobs. A particular focus has been on the development of black industrialists and female and male youth entrepreneurs, young people with energy and passion. IDC investment includes support for a young entrepreneur, Masana Maketa, who manufactures and installs ventilation systems in mines, and Manana Bogatsu, who is in partnership with a foreign investor to set up a factory to manufacture gas cylinders. In the next 18 months, 25 factories or investment projects of the IDC will open for business, employing thousands of people. New investment, new jobs. For example, a coal cogen plant in KZN will open in May. A cable manufacturer in Gauteng will open in August. A new hotel in Limpopo will open in September. A pet food factory in the Western Cape will open in November. A car parts factory in the Eastern Cape will open in June next year. And a wind farm in the Northern Cape will open in October next year. 4 months ago, honorable members, the IDC signed 2 important agreements during the Chinese president's state visit to South Africa. And I'd like the opposition to smile with us at this. The first was a joint investment fund with a 10 billion rand pledge by the China Construction Bank. And the second was an agreement with BAIC, it's a Chinese car maker, to consider setting up an automobile plant in South Africa. Honorable members, if it meets the feasibility study criteria, it will be the first new light passenger assembly plant to be built in more than 40 years. And it will have an initial capacity to produce about 50,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs. This Sunday, the 24th of April, the IDC will sign a joint development agreement in Beijing that earmarks the Eastern Cape as the proposed location of the plant. The IDC and the company are optimistic and hope to finalize the feasibility studies to enable the plant to complete construction by 2018. Honorable members, there are a few key trends to note about the performance of the economy. Global growth levels remain largely subdued. Over the weekend, the IMF again reduced its forecasts of global growth and African growth. South African growth rates are very modest and below the levels required to achieve our national goals. Job numbers, however, have grown in the past year by some 700,000 new jobs. 700,000 new jobs. But there are new pressures, particularly in the mining and related sectors that concern us. Data gleaned by Minister Oliphant from the CCMA indicates many more companies are considering retrenchments to address the drop in demand for their products. Continuing pressures in the mining sector means we're not going to have a mineral-led economic recovery. Unemployment numbers remain high, with many millions of young people looking for jobs, ready to work, but needing that opportunity. We need a social pact on a package of measures and commitments that we must all make: government, the business community, workers and trade unions, to pull the economy through these difficult times. I have asked the IDC, therefore, to adjust its strategy to these new market conditions. The IDC will aim to disburse 96 billion rand to partner projects over the next 5 years, with a target of 66,000 new or saved jobs over the next 3 years. It is also developing support measures to companies in distress due to the drought and these new market conditions. It will restructure current facilities where needed to enable partner companies under pressure to stretch out their repayment periods, and will make available fresh capital to modernize and expand company operations and save jobs. In other words, what we need to do in economic difficulties. And it will partner together with my colleague, Minister Oliphant, and Minister Gordon, with the UIF and the PIC to make resources available from the Unemployment Insurance Fund. We estimate that the value of these interventions, what the IDC will do, what its partners will do, will bring about 20 billion rand over the next few years to companies that are faced with these challenges. 4.7 billion rand for immediate interventions and 8.9 billion rand over the medium term. And we'll also restructure loans, current loans, to the value of 7.1 billion rand. Honourable members, I finally turn to infrastructure. Complementing our efforts on industrial funding, we're investing heavily in new infrastructure. Let me share a few figures that sum up how we are improving the lives of ordinary people like Charles Zita from Soweto and Nomawethu Mvambo from Buffalo City. We're investing more than R1 billion every working day in infrastructure. That money has helped us to build 160 new schools, build about 100,000 new houses, connect 245,000 houses to electricity. That, honourable members, equal to 1,000 houses connected every day to the grid, Monday to Friday, 52 weeks a year. And it will also bring 1,700 megawatts of new electricity to the national grid in this past 12 months, equal to the household needs of Nelson Mandela Bay, Emalahleni, Polokwane, Mangaung, Buffalo City, and Rustenburg combined. The 1 billion rand a day enabled us to lay 100 kilometers of large water pipelines, to build 29 new clinics and 1 new hospital, to complete 3 buildings of Mpumalanga University, and new student accommodation for more than 4,000 students countrywide. We've made progress with local manufacture of buses, taxis, and trains, with roads that were refurbished, with new bus lanes that have been built, with new Wi-Fi sites in urban and rural areas. The direct employment created through infrastructure investment is estimated at 291,000 jobs. And if you take indirect jobs and induced jobs, 715,000 jobs were supported by the state's infrastructure program. The PICC drives and coordinates that program. Economic development supports it, and in the past year worked on technical work on legislation to combat cable and metal theft, to unblock build programs, to address funding gaps. One example, the BRICS New Development Bank has just approved a loan in record time of 2.6 billion rand to South Africa to lay transmission lines for renewable energy plants. New mega projects that will be brought into construction include the Msimvubu Dam, 2 massive bridges as part of the end to Wild Coast Road from East London, the Moloto Road, raising of the Clan William Dam, and the large water pipeline from the Mokolo and Crocodile Rivers to Lephalale in the Waterberg. Honourable members, I have shared progress made in the past year with this August House in the last few minutes. I also outlined a series of actions we are taking. Actions to bring new infrastructure mega projects into construction, to improve the investment and employment impact of trade decisions, to increase support for productive investment through the IDC, to strengthen actions against cartels and large companies who exclude smaller entrepreneurs. These are part of the wider 9-point plan announced in SONA last year. We are going through tough times in the global economy. We must build on our strengths as South Africans, use the social dialogue experience to forge a strong partnership, a partnership between business and labor on the shop floor, to use the competitively priced currency to export more aggressively, to claw back in our domestic market products that are currently imported, and to improve the quality of life for workers, for their families, and for communities. Inclusive growth requires firm action against corruption in the public and private sectors, and integrity in our dealings in the economy, on state procurement, in the services that public servants and public representatives render to the communities. Our people require that from us. Honourable members, finally, I wish to pay tribute to the memory of the Acting Director General of Economic Development over the period of the report that I have covered, Mr. Kumaran Naidu, who passed away 2 weeks ago, who was a person of integrity, a pillar of strength, and a fine example of what a public servant should be. Honourable members, it is an election year. It is an election year. Yet we still hope we can have a constructive debate today. And it is my pleasure, therefore, to table the economic development budget covering the department and its agencies before this august House. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu ngqongqoshe. Ngitawucela nyalo lilunga lelihloniphekile usihlalo wekomiti Make Coleman.
Ngibonge mgcini sihlalo, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the National Assembly, MECs present here, invited guests, comrades and compatriots. Good afternoon. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa is still alive with possibilities and opportunities, despite all challenges we might be facing and going through. We must always remember the saying that most of the important things in the world have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying when there seemed to be no hope at all. It's a known fact that South Africa, just like other countries worldwide, have been experiencing challenges brought about by the 2008 financial crisis. This crisis has put most countries' developmental agendas on a slopey slide. This situation continues to make emerging and developing economies most vulnerable and susceptible to all types of influence by those who command monopoly capital. The ramifications continue looking like a so-called economic hitman, wherein these countries are pushed into a corner until they are forced to be beggars in the world of plenty, and South Africa is not immune from that. When the ANC Commander-in-Chief, Isitwalandwe O.R. Tambo, at the height of apartheid, pronounced that, I open quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won," and further said that our country is free, happy, and peaceful. As part of the community of men, we cannot rest, closed quote. We, in the same vein, indeed, echo his sentiments as our forebearers and commit to his spirit and to that of all other fighters who passed on in the line of duty fighting for the total emancipation of all South Africans. That we cannot rest until we obliterate poverty, income inequalities, and joblessness through building a resilient, sustainable economic development that will benefit all. Honorable Chairperson, the Sub-Saharan Africa has enjoyed solid economic growth at +5% post-global financial crisis. This made the region the envy of many, as the performance of high-income countries was struggling at around 1% then. The growth was driven by strong investment in mining and infrastructure and by the strong private sector consumption, especially in the low-income countries. The slowing of global economic growth is now spilling over to sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, South Africa's economic slowdown reflected contractions in nearly all sectors of the economy, with agriculture recording a double-digit decrease. The mining sector's performance continues to be affected by lower commodity prices and export demand, rising operational costs, among other factors. But perhaps the most affected are our people, as we have seen South African households remain under increasing pressure because of these conditions. Are you aware of these challenges? Yes, we are. What are we doing about them? And more importantly, what is this strategic department to do? The department continues to grow into its crucial role of facilitating cross-sector policy programs so as to encourage job creation and social inclusion amongst the many responsibilities of our government. It is thus important then that quality technical and administrative support to the department is sought and retained. We report that the committee has observed challenges in this regard and recommends that the executive authority takes the necessary steps to correct this. We have also urged the leadership again to ensure similar action with entities, especially the competition authorities, by way of finalizing the strategic appointments and at various levels within this important establishment of our economic democracy. Honorable members, the committee supports the department's objective to ensure impact of industrial funding in all our regions and provinces. These sentiments were particularly echoed in our interactions with the Industrial Development Corporation. It was clear to us that although the latter has meticulous plans to promote industrialization through strategic funding opportunities, a lot more must be done to achieve influential local and provincial initiatives. The Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, we are excited to give more support to the plans of the IDC as our developmental funding institution. The industrial funding plans will see the department achieve its own performance indicators on job drivers and township economies. The visionary objectives around the creation of black industrialists and thus creating employment must be applauded. However, we must warn that wide and inclusive implementation of the program will be central in its success. On competition and trade regulation, the competition authorities have their work cut out for them. Their objectives have the potential to contribute seriously towards the economic emancipation of our people. We must thus give as much support to such initiatives as the recent market inquiry, which we expect a lot from so as to grow our capacity to build conducive and equal playing field for all. We must also express our appreciation to the merger between SAB Miller, as pronounced now by the Minister, and AB InBev, in agreement, which was realized in agreement with the Minister. And AB InBev agreed to the following as pronounced by the Minister. And I would like to repeat them. They want to commit 1 billion to expand local supplies of inputs into the making of beer. They want to support 800 new black farmers. They do not want to retrench anyone as a result of the measure, to keep the company's total employment steady for the next 5 years, and to locate their African headquarters in Johannesburg. That is commendable. The committee looks forward to playing its own role as we engage on legislative amendments in due course to achieve this and more. Indeed, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. These are laudable plans, but their realization will require that we all put our hands on deck and keep moving. Let me conclude by saying that the road to radical transformation is not an easy one. It requires tough people with conviction and clear understanding of the path ahead. It requires unconditional patriotism and revolutionary energy from all of us. Let me use this opportunity to thank all the tireless souls who always defend the country's ideal of realizing South Africa that benefit all without any form of discrimination. Let me, on behalf of the committee, thank the Minister, Honorable Patel, and the Deputy Minister, Honorable Masuku, for their unquestionable dedication and commitment for a just cause to realize the emancipation of all South Africans. In the same vein, let me thank the former DG, Ms. Schreiner, and the late Mr. Naidu, May his soul rest in peace, for their contribution, and wish Mr. Simpson, who's the current acting DG, all the best leading the administration of the department together with the entire hardworking staff of the department. My appreciation lastly goes to the members of the committee and our support staff for their continuous support and dedication to their work. The committee supports the budget vote 25, and I thank you.
Siyabonga, sicele ilungu elihloniphekile umnumzana uKhado.
Honourable Chairperson, when the Economic Development Department was launched in 2009, its mission was clear. It was going to bring coherence to economic policy making and implementation across state departments. It was going to promote inclusive growth. And it was going to tackle unemployment by accelerating job creation. Yet, despite the efforts of a committed minister and his crew, on every one of those indicators, the ANC government has failed. This year, according to the International Monetary Fund, South Africa will be lucky to grow at 0.7%, while the rest of sub-Saharan Africa is forecast to grow at 4%. In 2009, there were 6.7 million South Africans without a job. Today, there are 8.2 million unemployed South Africans, many of whom have given up looking for work. The National Development Plan is meant to steer us to greater levels of investment and growth, with more jobs and fewer people living in poverty. But within the ANC, there has been a tussle for the tiller. Today, the NDP lies shipwrecked, blown off course by contradictory plans and policies that put the state, not the private sector, at the center of development. Foremost among them is this department's new growth path. We are all at sea. And with every passing quarter, the NDP's 2030 targets of 5% growth, 11 million jobs, and 6% unemployment recede further and further into the horizon. The minister likes to say that we are being buffeted by the headwinds of slowing Chinese demand for commodities and decelerating global economic growth. The truth is, we are languishing in the doldrums thanks to the domestic crosswinds of policy inconsistency. Then too, the vessel of state has become too big, too bulky, too compartmentalized, and too expensive. It is time to lighten the load, and the Economic Development Department, with its 675 million rand budget, is a good place to start. That is why the DA believes EDD should be sent to the dry dock for disassembling. Its economic planning and coordination functions should go to Treasury. Its support services to the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission should be delegated to the Presidency. And its oversight of the Industrial Development Corporation, International Trade Administration Commission, and competition authorities should be restored to the Department of Trade and Industry. Honourable Chairperson, job creation should be our #1 priority. We cannot build a prosperous South Africa when over 8 million South Africans are unemployed, excluded, and hopeless. On Monday, the Statistician General, Palila Hotla, released a report entitled The Social Profile of the Youth 2009 to 2014. It makes for harrowing reading. It shows how this government has betrayed the born-free generation. Between 2009 and 2014, the youth unemployment rate increased from 34.2% to 35.9%. In 2014, youth between the ages of 15 and 34 accounted for 3/4 of the unemployed. Of those aged between 25 and 34, only 1 in 3 has a job. Black youth are bearing the brunt. The situation is, as the Statistician General remarked, quote, a cocktail of disaster. But what is the EDD doing to address the crisis of youth unemployment? Instead of championing a real youth wage subsidy, it tinkers with the Youth Employment Accord's cooperatives and brigades. It spends 36 million rand on coordinating job drivers and facilitating social dialogue. But we need less talk and more action on a radical program of labour market deregulation to free the young and the poor to find work. Honourable Chairperson, of the Department's 674.7 million rand budget, over 86% is channelled to Programme 3, Investment, Competition and Trade. The bulk of this is for subsidies and grants to the IDC, ITAC, the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal. Here too, the DA's concern is with jobs. Jobs are why the DA will be watching closely to ensure that the 3.2 billion rand earmarked by the IDC for the Black Industrialist Programme serves to scale up employment, not create a new elite of politically connected billionaires. Jobs are why the DA will continue to demand public hearings into proposed onerous amendments to the price preference system administered by ITAC on the exportation of scrap metals. If the amendments as they currently stand are adopted, 400,000 jobs could be lost in the informal sector. And jobs are why the DA will hold the Minister to his promise, made in his budget speech in 2014, that over the 5-year period, at least 250,000 jobs would be sustained in the PICC-led construction, with 60% of all new workers being youth. Honourable Chairperson, the Minister is evidently pleased with his personal intervention in the large merger between SAB Miller and AB InBev. The DA welcomes the expeditious conclusion of a deal that will see 1 billion rand of investment in smallholder farmers and other small enterprises in the supply chain. But we must guard against politicians usurping the power and the mandate of independent regulators, even when they do so on the public interest pretext of economic development and job creation. We must insist at all times on the competition authority's institutional autonomy, integrity, and effectiveness. In conclusion, Honourable Chairperson, let us get the economic ship back on course for the 8.2 million unemployed in South Africa by providing policy coherence, creating and enabling infrastructure, improving skills, incentivizing job creation and entrepreneurship, and deregulating the labour market. I thank you.
Enkosi, ngizawucela ngoku ilungu elihloniphekile uRhawula.
Madam Chair, we stand here reiterating our perspective as EFF that until the ANC-led government submit to superior logic, that South Africa will realize economic freedom when the state take conscious decision to lead economic development through establishment of state-owned mining, manufacturing, and financial sector companies. The economic development budget of more than 670 million has no relevance to economic challenges facing South Africa today. The budget does not provide details on how it plans to lift South Africa from the junk economic status. The EFF warned that this ministry is in fact a stumbling block to necessary structural institutions that are ready to appreciate South Africa's economic crisis. You must move the functions of this department together with the ITC and other entities back to the Department of Trade and Industry to align the industrial policy with implementing agency. Otherwise, all ITC will continue to do is to loot state resources with Gupta's family network of criminal and corrupt enterprises. It makes no sense to borrow a company more than 250 million. When they fail to pay back, you buy equity share of 3% of their company at the cost of 250 million. You'll always do this corrupt stinging transaction when it involves Mr. Zuma and the Gupta family. The research titled The Social Profile of the Youth by Stats SA clearly shows that young people make up 70% of unemployment. Share of unemployment of young people with less than matric remain unchanged at 75% in the last 5 years. In contrary to thumbsuck figures by presidents last year, in August, claiming that the economy will grow by 2% in 2016. All indications illustrate to the point that the economy is not growing. The Reserve Bank is projecting at most 9% growth, and its first quarter indicators are anything to go by. This projection is likely to go down soon. Sectors that historically were responsible for jobs, now they are losing jobs every day. In the last 5 years, the mining sector has lost more than 60,000 jobs, and the future looks bleak. Manufacturing is facing the same problem, like many other sectors. This is the basic definition of South African economic crisis. With the current conceptualization of industrial policy and institutional design, we'll come back again still facing the same horrific economic figures. The only solution and the superior logic to lead South Africa to industrialization era is through deliberate state-led economic development. With the state at the center and control of strategic sectors such as mining, manufacturing, banking, and all these underpinned by strong foundation of agricultural development. This is particularly important for municipalities. When the EFF takes over municipalities, they will become the engine driver of economic growth. The EFF is our last hope for jobs. The EFF is our last hope for meaningful and sustainable economic growth. The EFF is our last hope for self-sufficient municipalities. The EFF is our last hope for sustainable municipalities. The EFF is our last hope for better South Africa. We stand here rejecting the budget as EFF. Thank you.
Honorable Essayson.
Thank you, Chair. I read this debate on behalf of the IFP spokesperson on economic development, Sibongile Nkoma, who is in hospital. Chair, this debate remains at the coalface of job creation through strategically implemented economic policies. Its goal is to implement policy that will further the synergy between development, employment, and growth, and all of this in a pursuit of sustainable economical growth. A better working relationship between government and the private sector would create exciting prospects for any international company to invest in a way that's environmentally sound, but most importantly, that promotes and emphasizes essential skills development and training of our people. South Africa, with its diversities and challenges, requires transformation to ensure economic development. But corruption and the government's failure to create suitable conditions for economic growth is still at its biggest impediments. A key aspect of transformation is wealth redistribution, but without economic growth, there will be redistribution of poverty rather than redistribution of wealth. For effective and sustainable economical development in South Africa, we need to look at our citizens and their multiple pluralism as a strength and not as a weakness. We are observing companies are placing less effort and resources into skills development than they did under the apartheid times. They had 4-year apprenticeship programs and more, and all contributed to the economic development. This attitude changed when the government closed down apprenticeship schools and nurses and teachers training colleges. Countries become internationally competitive by producing goods and services. We can't beneficiate in this country if we don't have the skills. Government has failed us in the policy side, and corporate and private sector failed us by abandoning investment in skills development into the economy. They expect government to hand them ready-made employees. It is time that government and the private sector in South Africa realize that the workers are crucial for economic development, to understand that all our people, especially the young, are not a burden to society, but rather a key component of human capital that must be maximized. Our economy must rise not only to the challenge of contracting global factors, but also to the ticking time bomb of unemployment. And the ways in which these challenges and potentials of young people are addressed by policy will influence current economic development, as well as the well-being and livelihood of future generations. Business doesn't need more regulation and penalties. There needs to be incentives. Then we would again see the training facilities that we so require that will take the economy forward. The IFP support the budget. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mabiga.
Honorable Chairperson, when we look at the core mandate and functions of Economic Development Department, it is difficult to comprehend why these functions cannot be integrated in other departments. There seems to be significant overlap with the mandate of the Department of Trade and Industry. And the NFP believes that it would make sense to combine these two departments, whereby cutting down on the already bloated public sector and consolidating our national economic related functions in one department. The National Freedom Party notes that the amount allocated to the department this year has been reduced from the planned 685.7 million to 674.7 million, which is considerably less than the 885.8 million rand allocated for 2015-2016. Judging by the unacceptably high unemployment rate which we are consistently experiencing in South Africa, we question the justification for the continued existence of the Economic Development Department as it is clearly failing in its core mandate to facilitate and accelerate job creation costs across the economy. Our dismal economic growth figure of less than 1% is further testimony to the futility of this particular department as a driver of promoting inclusive economic growth in the country. There is no use in hiding behind the excuse that the economies of other countries are also performing poorly. Such apologies conveniently ignore the fact that there are also many other countries which do have healthy economic growth rates. The long list of recommendations which the Portfolio Committee has tabled in this report today also suggests that the department is not functioning as optimally as it should. We share the concerns of the Portfolio Committee, and most importantly, we support the recommendation that the department should up its game and focus on skills development for the empowerment of youth, women, and people living with disabilities. The startling figures released by State South Africa this week shows that unemployment among those in the 15 to 35 age group increased from 34.2% in 2009 to 35.9% in 2004. And of the 5 million unemployed people in 2014, 3.4 million were young people. Chairperson, statistics such as this should alert the department that urgent intervention is needed. Failure to address such unacceptable level of unemployment amongst our youth is sure to give rise to social discontent and increase in crime and other social ills.
Honorable Member, your time
The country
is up.
cannot afford almost 3.5
Honorable
million
Member,
young people
your time is
facing
up.
hunger and despondency on daily basis, and history will judge us harshly if we fail to make efforts to address this looming crisis.
Order. Honorable Mansimbi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister present, Honorable members, our guests in the gallery, DGs and DDGs from department, fellow South Africans, amohelang kgotso. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, I am humbled and privileged to participate in the 2016 budget vote, the year in which our 1976 heroes and heroines marking 40 years. Not only about heroes who forged the way forward in Soweto to ensure that the education of a black person is seriously considered and the embedding of Africans as a medium of instruction. Honorable Chair, we must remember that during those were the days of which the disparate apartheid had a very hostile foreign policy towards African countries, particularly those that were in the forefront of resistance against the cruel, oppressive apartheid system. Internationally, South Africa had become a pariah state, and it was isolated diplomatically, economically, and excluded from almost all multilateral institutions. Honorable members, South Africa is now an open economy, and the role of government institutions such as the International Trade Administration Commission has become very important. South Africa's International Trade Administration Commission has to be commended for the active role that it plays using trade remedies instruments such as anti-dumping and countervailing measures, which are becoming increasingly important for local business to protect them from a flood of cheap imports. Economic conditions continue to be tough globally and domestically, and ITEC is doing a lot to support the local industries. Honorable members, on instruction from Minister Patel, ITEC is now working amending the price preference system for scrap metal exports. The aim is to reverse the decline in the beneficiation of scrap metal to ensure that the domestic industry has access to affordable quality scrap and to supply inputs into government infrastructure program. Honorable members, the ANC support the budget vote 25 as tabled by the minister. From being the pariah state during apartheid, the ANC-led government managed to make us part of multilateral trade partnerships in the rest of Africa, European Union, the US, and Asia, among others. Our trade relations with the rest of the continent has improved. We thank the ANC. According to the trade statistics from SARS, in its trade with the rest of the continent, South Africa registered a trade surplus of 14,320 million in February 2016. This is a 21.4% increase in comparison of the 11,798 million surplus that was recorded in January 2016. Exports of the rest of Africa increased by 3,505 million from January 2016 to 24,867 million. Imports from the rest of Africa were 10,547 million. This is an increase of 983 million from January 2016. This is good news, given to the difficult economic environment that we are facing. Boso ke mang. Honorable members, in 2010, South Africa officially became a member of BRICS. South Africa's export trade with the BRIC partner grew from 6.2% to the total in 2005 to 16.8% in 2011. And now South Africa is one of the founding members of the New Development Bank, or BRICS. The NDP is busy establishing its regional center in Johannesburg, which is BRICS Bank, will boost economic development by assisting the country drive the financing of infrastructure projects in the country and in the continent. Nalaba bebangayingeni bazobuye bayingene. Nalaba bebangayivumi bazobuye bayivume. Hashtag the ANC is in charge. Hashtag Asnaval. I thank you.
Deputy Minister, please take the floor.
Ngibonge kunhlalo, ngibonge kuMinister Patel, nama-minister akhona, nama-deputy ministers, amalunga wesishayamthetho nezivakashi zethu. Umnotho wamazwe wonke, umhlaba wonke usenkingeni. Amazwe amaningi ayawa, kodwa iningizimu Afrika ime ngezinyawo ezimbili. Ime ngezinyawo ezimbili ngoba ilidwa i-ANC eyenze ukuthi si-adopte i-National Development Plan, eyenze ukuthi lapho kule National Development Plan kube neprogram ebizwa ukuthi National Growth Path esiconsolidate manje sathi i-9-point plan. So ke thina nje njengamalunga we-ANC si confident ukuthi izinto eziwenziwa yilo hulumeni okwamanje, izinto ezizawunikeza umthelela ngakusasa. Ushilo uminister ukuthi kulonyaka odlule sesenze ukuthi senze investe senza ukuthi senze imisebenzi ewu-700,000. Amanye amazwe kwezinye indawo abantu abasebenzi. Abanye abasebenzayo abakwazi ukuthi uholwa nini. Abanye bahola ngo-75 uma sihola thina in 30 days. So sisho ukuthi siyaqhuba and sifanele sichube ngaleyo ndlela. Kulamalanga adlulile ngiyathemba ukuthi nizwile ama-member we-economic cluster ebeka izinto eziningi esesizenzile ngokukooperate ngokubambisana kwama-department. Kulokubambisana kwawo kukhona esifanele sikufunde kuko. Izinto ezenziwe njengo-infrastructure esikhona ukuthi sizinze njenge South Africa. Ne-ocean economy eyiyo esitshele ukuthi laphayana olwandle kukhona i-economy. Lokusebenzisana kwama-department loku yiloku engazwisisi ukuthi uDr. Kado uma ethi there is no coherence between department ukuthi shukuthini ngoba ukusukela ngolesibili sizwe umusic ama-ministers akhuluma nge-contribution yawo in each case. Uyasho futhi nabanye bathi le department lena asazi kahle ukuthi befanele ibe khona. Yebo ngeke nazi. Into enifanele nazi ukuthi departments are established by administrations in power and they use the assessment of the challenges of the time. Uma ngabe awuzange ulandele izinto Honorable Kado, bheka i-America kusukela ngo-1793. Ama-department ake wafakwa lapha. Sike saba ne-department ye-defense, saba ne-department ye-war, saba ne-department ye-peace. Okukhombisa ukuthi those are developments of the time each administration was taking into account. And I don't know if you have checked probably in 1969 that the president at that time, Richard, actually established as economic development that has shown a lot of tremendous development within the American administration. And it was consolidating the work of the Department of Commerce and Labor that was established prior. So each and every administration will establish itself in that way. What is it then that this department has actually been established for? The minister has already indicated. Coherency has already been made. And at a national level, and I have made those particular examples. In provinces now, what we are doing is that we are taking this work into provinces and make sure that the provinces are aligned. I'm surprised that members of this house from the DA are surprised what is it that is supposed to be done. Yet, in the Western Cape itself, in the province, they understand the duty of this and what is it, how must actually work. We are working collaboratively with them with a proper understanding and coming up and identifying projects that we can actually carry our account together. That is coherence. The minister, as part of the work that the department has done, has indicated that talked about the 13.6 billion that the ITC has invested over the year. We want to point out, Minister, that it is we ourselves who understand what this is, are able to understand the impact that is actually making in our life, the impact that is making in provinces. Limpopo, for instance, in Limpopo, for instance, 6,391 jobs were created just out of that. Mpumalanga, 3,207 that were established in that. Eastern Cape, 1,341 job creation out of that investment. KZN, 1,478 jobs that were created by that investment of the IDC. Gauteng, 1,725 employment that was created by that, investment of IDC. In the Northern Cape, 973 jobs were created. What is it that we are doing then ourselves as EDD? We are working with the provinces, we are working with the municipalities to check on bankable projects so that as we go forward, more assistance must be given to ordinary people who want to come up with ideas, not shouting slogans, not shouting views, in order to take us forward. Currently, we have just undertook some small pilot to investigate the DFI finding in Katlehong and Tshwane. 60 spaza shop owners participated. And these 60 spaza shop, out of the 60 spaza shop owners, we conducted training, and 28 of them have actually managed to come up with ways to understand how to put in a business plan. And these business plans, once successful, we want to take them and spread them all over. We want to take them to the Northwest and the other provinces to respond to what we call township economy. On the youth development, Dr. Cardo says, what is EDD doing on youth development? let us tell you. We have continually reported on the...
Mhlonishwa, phethe inkulumo yakho.
We want to say to you that just watch out the space. Just in this year alone, we are interacting with private sector to assist TVETs to be able to come up with an ideal TVET school, and we have targeted Mpumalanga, and we'll see it happening on us. And finally, we want to say to the EFF, please be careful with your ideology, because it seems to be confused. You are telling us that we must go the socialistic way. On the other side, you are praising agencies that are downgrading agencies. That is a serious imperialist approach to economic measures. And we hope that you are going to be educated as we go into the future.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Nkwangwa. Oh, Honorable Ranto.
Oh, yes.
Ranto. Honorable Ranto.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister Patel, Deputy Minister Masuku, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, Heads of Department, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I-ANC iluxhasa ngokungathandabuzekile olu hlahlobo lwabiwo-mali, Mphathiswa. Let me first pass my deepest condolences to the family of the acting DG of this department who passed away sometime last week, but one, my sincere condolences to his family. The ANC election manifesto of 2014 clearly stated that, I quote, 20 years ago, we began a journey of eradicating the legacy of oppression, colonialism, and apartheid, close quote. Minister, this journey began in 1994. It is this journey that is changing lives of people. And this is the same journey that makes us unpopular as the ANC, because we are changing the lives of black people. Nobody before took care of them. But now, because the road is clear, everybody wants to march on it. Nemigqutsuba, Mphathiswa, iyamatsha kule ndlela. It has been 21 years of freedom and democracy in which we made significant steps towards achieving the vision of the Freedom Charter.
Point of order, Chair.
Chair, could I ask you to remind the members in the gallery or the guests in the gallery not to participate in the debate?
Okay, no, I think you are correct, Honorable Member. Let us request our invited guests not to get involved in the debate in the chamber. They must listen, enjoy it, but don't get involved in the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, one of the real successes of the ANC-led government has been the National Infrastructure Plan and its implementation. Infrastructure investment is fundamental to growth and job creation. Government's role is therefore to translate this goal into practical action. When the NIP was introduced in 2012, it was to transform our economy landscape and create a lot of jobs and strengthen delivery of service. That's why when one is traveling around the country, you will see evidence of massive construction from Limpopo in the north to the west coast of South Africa. Mna ndivela eMpuma Koloni. Xa ndidriver through iMpuma Koloni, phakathi kweMaclear neMthatha, ndiziva ndinelunda kuba ndiyabona bakwenzeka ntoni na kwiindlela zethu. Kumacala omane elaphondo, kuqhumuthuli, kusetyenzwa indlela, abantu bethu bayaphangela, abantu bethu bazuza i-income, bayatya, abantu bethu bayakwazi ulayita ebusuku. Hayi man, uyasiblessa lo rhulumente ngendlela enkulu. We feel blessed by this government. It is exactly the reason I welcome and support this budget, because it is driving the technical work of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordination Commission. Honorable members, South Africa is spending more on infrastructure than it was ever recorded in history of this country. More than 1 billion is being spent every day across the country to build infrastructure. That's what the minister also said. People's lives have been positively changed by this investment. As we speak, thousands of young people employed in the build of Medupi and Kusile power station, earning an income and gaining experience in different fields of work in skills that they will be able to use when the project comes to an end. It has been reported that a total of 200,000 jobs were sustained during the year 2014-2015. There are visible projects in provinces like Northern Cape and Eastern Cape. Northern Cape has a solar power plant called Kaku Solar that produces 100 megawatts of solar energy into the grid. The infrastructure is also powering industrialization. Many factories were opened in the past 12 months, and that is assuring job creation and poverty alleviation. Kobani, kuti, sisizwe simnyama. There is no space for waste, delays, corruption, and poor delivery now. Ixesha esinalo elokubhlesa abantu baseMzantsi Afrika singulo rhulumente we-African National Congress. The infrastructure bill should be able to create more jobs during the current tough times to support families through creating decent working jobs. I want to congratulate the minister and the deputy minister and their colleagues who worked hard on the project to raise funding from BRICS New Development Bank, which has now approved 2.6 billion rand of funding for transmission lines to renewable energy plants infrastructure and unlocks and supports the economic activities such as moving goods to market and people between places of work and home.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
9 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Kwang.
Honorable House Chair, ngoki ANC sengontsikelelo nonontsikelelo. Idongi ngathi hlafuna inkcenkce kuni. Okokuqala ndifuna ukuthi Honorable Minister, ndiyabhideka ninyanisele xa nisithi ninangoku niyasikelela iproblem enenayo into yoba nizawuthi i-ANC ewe mhlambi noba ningayibiza ngeliphi igama le-department izithembiso zawufana, i-service delivery sithi ayisafani. Kutshintshe ku-operation fetsahlala ibe ngu-operation qala indlala. The United Democratic Movement supports budget vote 25. Ndifuna ukuthi kuqala ndithetha namagqunukhwebe. Ndithethe namahleke, Mr. Minister, about a matter that we raised with you last year and also took up with the Industrial Development Corporation. Ukuthi masithi mzekelo, if you talk specifically about renewable energy, because the committee report actually states the fact that there needs to be further investment in renewable energy. Remember, one of the concerns that was raised by traditional leaders in particular was that if you look at the 1% that has to be set aside for socio-economic development, for instance, for businesses that invest in renewable energy, in particular wind farms, they said the 50-kilometer radius is a problem because what it would do, it would end up worsening rather than lessening inequality. Because when you go to rural areas, you'd find ukuthi zimbalwa ilali that fall within a 50-kilometer radius. The rationale behind that policy, obviously, it makes sense in the sense that the intention was to say you don't want to stretch your resources too thin. But in instances where the population size is ezansi, what do you do? The response that we received was that the officials would use their discretion in applying that. It makes them very uncomfortable because then it will depend on the mood of the official on the day when there's a wind farm. Because now you are going to have a situation where some of the farms that fall, villages rather, that fall outside of the 50-kilometer radius will not benefit from wind farms that are now being built in your former homelands and rural areas. It's something that requires attention. And in light of the recent Stats SA report, which confirmed once more that the youth bears the brunt of poverty and unemployment in South Africa, the UGM strongly feels the Department of Economic Development and indeed the entire government needs to intensify and evaluate the implementation of the Youth Employment Accord and to actually assess and track its implementation in line with its 6 pillars of education, training, work exposure, youth brigades based on existing public employment, and so on. Steps should also be taken to reduce and eliminate constraints that keep safer disbursements to youth-owned business enterprises at low levels, such as the 157 million rands levy patalo last year. While the number of SMMEs that are funded by CIFA increased by 48% and disbursement increased by 58%, if you look at it, the base may have been low, but in light of what is happening in the economy currently, those figures and that kind of performance is no longer enough, nor is it acceptable. In supporting Mr. Minister and promoting local procurement of goods and services, we need to do more to verify whether or not some of the goods...
Thank you, Honorable.
Sabule. Ba right on Ntsikelelo. Zimki.
Thank you very much. Honorable Cel.
Honorable House Chairperson, Minister Patel and Deputy Minister Masugu, acting DG and officials, ministers and deputy ministers present, members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, compatriots and friends, ladies and gentlemen. House Chair, I want to start by welcoming the comment by the Minister in his opening contribution to the budget vote debate today that competition is a critical focus of government. Monopolies and cartels impose too many obstacles in the path of small businesses and new entrants. That is, the big players try to keep our people out of the economy. Informed, amongst others, by the profound clause in the Freedom Charter that says, I quote, all other industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people, close quote. The ANC's objective in driving the transformation of the economy is aimed at realizing and a thriving and integrated economy which draws on the creativity and skills that our population can offer, building on the country's economic endowment to create decent work and eliminate poverty. I want to strongly, enthusiastically, and warmly welcome Minister Patel's announcement that it will be a criminal offense in the future for company bosses to collude and fix prices with competitors. It is good news for consumers. Our role as Parliament must be to hear the cry of our people for jobs and to ensure that competition policy responds to that cry. We must therefore act decisively to protect jobs and the public interest in the conduct of competition policy. This is what our people want and what we as the ANC look to government and the regulators to carry out. The competition authorities are central to ANC's goals to promote industrialization and combat the detrimental impact of the price fixing and market abuse on industrial development. The competition authorities also contribute to the ANC's objectives of transforming the economy from working for a privileged few under apartheid to a growing and dynamic economy to the benefit of all South Africans through ownership, participation of small and medium enterprises and employment. We must therefore act decisively to protect the jobs and the public interest. This is what our people want and what we as the ANC look to the government and the regulators to carry out. The actions in the steel industry must help to bring prices down because ArcelorMittal should be helping us to industrialize by providing cheap steel instead of charging excessive prices to companies who create jobs locally. Many other countries have been praising us for our approach on competition and jobs. I want to congratulate the Minister again and his team for an excellent agreement with AP InBev in the merger. The agreement commits the company to saving jobs locally and to boost agricultural jobs. It provides for a R1 billion commitment to support local companies and local industries. This is a record sum for a fund on localization, and as Parliament, we'll be watching to see the benefits coming through the company's supply chain over the next 5 years. That is what a developmental approach to competition is about, and it is very unfortunate that not every company sees our needs as a country. I want to express unhappiness with the conduct of Coca-Cola in their merger of 3 bottling plants. It seems that there may be many job losses over the next 5 years as a result of this transaction. They want to keep small bottlers out of the fridges that they provide to spaza shops so that they do not have to compete by bringing their prices down. I see that my colleague from the DA on the Portfolio Committee is writing newspaper articles in support of companies like Coke, who want to destroy jobs because they are chasing ever higher profits. The Minister and the Competition Commission are right to object these kinds of practices. Before closing, we would like to extend our appreciation for the work done by our public entities, IDC, ITEC, and the competition authorities. We as the NC support the economic development budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Tyler. Honorable Pekinini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Mandibulise Abo Ekalara. This budget vote of today is an opportunity to reflect on the role of industrial development in our economic growth and in radical economic transformation. The ANC manifesto puts industrialization, infrastructure development at the heart of the intervention that we need to effect in the next 3 years to achieve jobs for our people. Industrial development is very important for any country that wants a strong, diversified, and resilient economy. The ANC realized that many parts of our industries were uncompetitive and vulnerable through displacement by goods manufactured elsewhere, but these were shielded during the years of sanctions. But as the ANC came into power, and then it opened, you have an open economy, that glaring weakness became more evidence. Hence, the radical economic transformation warrants us to build our strength in manufacturing using a number of tools. I highlight few of them. Firstly, one, a tailor-made funding model to propel industrial development, and secondly, a clearly defined and comprehensive program to match our successes. This department generates programs to build and strengthen the economy. It further enables this program through funding, but importantly, it monitors this program through constant reviews and troubleshooting. In terms of the budget, I want to draw the attention to the ITC funding target of 100 billion investment approval over the next 5 years. If we can achieve this, it will create and save roughly 100,000 jobs over the next 5 years. These jobs that will assist young people, these jobs will also assist women entrepreneurs to create more. There are opportunities for Black South Africans to industrialize the country in the Eastern Cape, for example, where I come from. Our people are ready to be partners with investors supported by the ITC. For this reason, I want to remain a catalyst of the ITC in particular, who remain a catalyst as ITC, has approved more than 13 billion of new investment of the ITC which was approved this year, which will now, over the next 24 months, create thousands of new jobs. Our role as parliamentarians must be to ensure that development finance institutions continue to play the critical role in society. They need to do 4 things in order to be right. 1 is to help to ensure that private sector invests more in the economy through its partnership with private investors. 2, to take on higher level of risk than the private sector, especially where there are clear developmental outcomes. 3, to promote jobs and inclusive growth. 4, to invest in expansion of infrastructure, especially in rural areas and where it can create jobs. This defines its role as a developmental finance institution that has put the D back in development. We applaud the role of the ITC has played in supporting the development of new industries. Through the guidance of the ANC-led government, it has helped to develop the green economy by investing 14 billion in green energy over the last 4 years. This investment has also helped the country to advance its energy securities. We are particularly pleased to see that the ITC now has a greater focus on jobs. Over the last 5 years, the ITC has created or saved many thousands of jobs, but the pace of job creation must be lifted more. I am concerned that it should not be dropped. Last year, the ITC announced its Black Industrialist Program, and now, while it's in its first year of implementation, it has seen 2 billion of approvals, and this is still growing. This will be a flagship ITC work in future. For all these reasons, we believe the support and the guidance of the department to the ITC should be supported, and therefore, we as the ANC, we support the economic development budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Piginin. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Since the formation of South Africa as a political and economic entity more than a century ago, South Africa has run the largest and most successful economy in Africa. Although a middle-ranking economy in world terms, our pivotal position in the African economy has been a significant reason as to why our country has been able to punch above its weight, politically and economically, in Africa and the world institutions. It has also been why we've been the first point of call for many offshore investors wanting exposure in Africa. This state of affairs continued into the 3rd year of the Zuma presidency. Sadly, our economic crown slipped somewhat when our economy was overtaken in GDP terms by Nigeria in 2013. Continued lackluster growth under the Zuma administration will see us fall further down the League of African Economies. In fact, in the next few months, the South African economy will be surpassed by yet another African economy in GDP terms. We will shortly slip to 3rd place, behind Nigeria and Egypt, due to Egyptian average annual GDP growth of nearly 10% per annum over the last 6 years, far exceeding our own anemic 1% average GDP growth in US dollar terms over the same period. Why is this important? Firstly, it gives a lie to the contention that poor economic conditions worldwide are the main contributor to South Africa's poor growth. If so, our peers would be similarly troubled, and South Africa would not be sliding down economic tables. Secondly, stagnating growth is a major hindrance to solving one of our most overwhelming problems in South Africa, and that's one of unemployment and the country's inability to be able to provide a prosperous economic future to its citizens. While poor worldwide economic conditions are undoubtedly a significant contributor to our economic stagnation, there are a number of other purely South African factors that should be taken into account. My colleague, the Honourable Michael Cardo, has already covered the issue of a lack of policy certainty as a major contributor to our economic problems. Flowing from a lack of policy certainty are mixed and misguided signals about South Africa's future economic direction. Minister Patel attended the World Economic Forum in Switzerland in January, where the main theme of the conference was the 4th Industrial Revolution. This encompasses new technological advances and disruptive technologies that will form a major part of the economic landscape in years to come. The fourth industrial revolution will see the introduction of new technology that will replace humans. While the previous three industrial revolutions saw an increase in employment, the fourth will have the opposite effect. It is therefore incumbent on us as a country to have a plan to enjoy the benefits of these new technologies that will come with this change, but also to mitigate the effects it will have on employment. To take advantage of these new trends, the government needs to refocus on a knowledge economy, rather like the DA in the Western Cape has done, by building innovation hubs and rolling out broadband across the province. Yeah, you guys don't like success, do you, really? That could help create our own mini Silicon Valley. Encouraging growth in tourism, as the DA has done in the Western Cape, will also provide a growing, pity, shame, successful, will also provide a growing alternative source of employment to those who might find new disruptive technologies affecting employment in other spheres of the economy. At present, our government seems to be more focused on dealing with the second industrial revolution rather than the fourth, through state-led interventions in old industries. We see government intervention to reindustrialize the country and specific interventions by the IDC to try and build new steel processing plants when existing steel plants in South Africa are loss-making and on the point of closure. The Zuma government's plan, backed by the IDC, to create 100 black industrialists seems to harken back to an earlier age, rather than looking at the new realities coming our way in the 21st century. This country should not be looking at enriching a connected few, but to create a more inclusive plan to spread economic benefit, especially amongst those in the 25 to 34 age group who will be most affected by the new technologies. This government should be investing in minds rather than in mines. According to the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Survey, one of the greatest constraints for an offshore investor to do business in South Africa is an inadequately skilled workforce. Earlier this week, the Statistician General, Mr. Poli Letlotla, released some shocking statistics showing the percentage of black African professional workers aged between 25 and 34 has dropped over the last 20 years. This drop in skills amongst a group who will be our future economic hope is an untenable situation for any country wishing to be a competitor in a more technologically advanced world. For the IDC and the government to invest in this sector would create a much wider pool of opportunity than just creating another small pool of fat cats. To assist to this end, the DA proposes that training in our economy be radically overhauled and that many of the inefficiently run seaters be closed. Much of the investment in training can be redirected to the private sector, as we have in the Federal Republic of Germany, where they have an outstanding system dealing with the young people coming into the workforce and providing skills in the companies, and to provide rebates for those who provide that training. We would also propose that steps are taken to immediately ensure that 1% of our GDP is spent on research and development, up from the current 0.76% that's currently spent. This government state interventionist plans to restart old-style industry and mining and manufacturing remind me of one of Marx's dictums on politics, where he said, "Politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedies." And for the members of the SACP, that was Groucho Marx and not Karl. While our government continues with diagnosing the future economic policies incorrectly and apply the wrong remedies, which will continue SA's slide down the economic scale, or conversely, will we take seriously the experience of countries like Mauritius and Singapore by investing in our own people to create a highly skilled workforce who can benefit from the forthcoming fourth industrial revolution and help take South Africa back to being the leading economy in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Addison. Honorable Clean.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues, and distinguished guests. Before I go into my speech, I would like to get a few things out of the way. Firstly, the ANC wants to indicate its total support for this budget vote. We are a little bit disappointed in you, Honorable Kado, for you to come here and complain about unemployment and so on and so on. It is you, Honorable Kado, who in the committee meetings commend the competitions authorities for the good work that they're doing in monitoring and facilitating the measures because they protect thousands and thousands of South African jobs. Today you fail to come here and say it. The EDD spatial function, strategic function, is that of oversight over the executive and of coordinating the different activities of the departments of government. It is not necessarily its responsibility to create jobs per se, but government is creating jobs all over the country. There are people wearing yellow and green all over. The offices of government are full of people who are working. The government is working. But you know, Dr. Kado, that it takes two to tango. The government is doing its bit, but the private sector must also come on board and assist. Honorable Chairperson, we are all aware that South Africa is no island, but an integral part of the African continent. As a disciplined and loyal member state of the African Union and the South African Development Community, the South African government continues to make an invaluable contribution towards the economic development of the continent through infrastructural development, investment, and trade cooperation. The spin-offs of these economic activities have been the reduction in destructive wars, savage internecine violence and xenophobia, which have claimed many innocent lives, including those of women and children, as well as the much-needed job creation and food security on the continent. The concomitant ravages caused by colonialism and oppression on our continent will take many years of selfless struggle, sacrifice, and cooperation by progressive and determined African governments to eradicate. Our country, the democratic South Africa, has never shied away from contributing towards the restoration of the dignity of Africa, the motherland. Selflessness and magnanimity are some of the values that our revolutionary and iconic ancestors, such as Bram, the struggle is my life Fisher, and Ruth, the struggle is my life first, passed on to us. In response to the AU's cherished goal of economic revitalization and peaceful coexistence, the South African non-racial and non-sexist government continues to play a pivotal role in the South African Development Community region and continent through industrial infrastructural development. This includes, amongst others, investment in massive road construction and transportation for goods and services, communication, energy, and water reticulation. The People's Government of South Africa, which is a willing promoter of the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, including Agenda 2063, an initiative developed, managed, and owned by Africans for the African continent, is a holistic, comprehensive, and integrated strategic framework for the socio-economic development on the continent. Has since the inception of the democratic state in 1994 utilized, amongst others, the resourceful Industrial Development Corporation, which reports to the Economic Development Department for massive industrialization campaigns in South Africa and on the African continent, which have produced mutual benefits for the recipient countries and the South African companies alike. Between 2003 and 2012 alone, South Africa invested about 16 billion rands on projects in Africa. The Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, provides a long-term vision for Africa's infrastructure development and a platform for African countries, both individually and collectively, to engage with investors and development partners. The Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative, PICI, which consists of 8 projects championed by the African heads of states and government and drawn mostly from PIDA projects, provides further impetus to the implementation of regional infrastructure projects in Africa. Currently, the PICI is chaired by the South African President, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma. The North-South Corridor, championed by South Africa, is a multimodal and multidimensional infrastructure corridor that includes roads, rail, border posts, bridges, ports, energy, and other related infrastructure. The corridor passes through 12 countries: Tanzania, Congo, Malawi, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zambia, Botswana, Mozambique, Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt. These major projects have mostly relied on South African raw materials, products, and technical expertise that support and promote localization. The IDC also provides loans to development finance institutes in foreign countries whose terms require involvement of South African companies or goods and services in resultant projects. In some instances, the IDC had partnered with its South African sister institutions, such as the Land Bank and the Development Bank of Southern Africa, to undertake exceptionally huge industrial projects, which produce many jobs for needy citizens of the continent and help to reduce poverty and starvation. The special focus of the IDC includes mining and beneficiation, manufacturing, agro-processing, and renewable energy. The industrial revolution on the continent is very much dependent on the rolling out of energy sources, particularly renewable energy. To this extent, several major initiatives were undertaken in neighboring countries to generate clean and sustainable energy. One such example is the Lesotho Highlands Water Project that is often underrated and which is a joint initiative by the two governments of South Africa
Please conclude.
and Lesotho.
Conclude, Honorable
The
Member.
goal of the project is the transfer of water from the rural highlands of Lesotho to the industrial hub of South Africa. I'm South Africa, I'm Africa, I'm ANC. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tleane. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Speaker, and I'd first like to appreciate and thank the many speakers for their contributions and for the ideas that have been offered. I think it's only when we're able to have this kind of transparent discussion on policy and implement what we agreed to that we can make our country a better place. So thank you. I'd like, just before responding to some of the issues, to recognize the students from Heathfield High who are here today, and perhaps if they could just stand so that we can just say thank you to them for coming. That is the same school that I matriculated many, many years ago. So it's great to see you. We see also here today workers from many factories across our country, and I'd like to ask if those workers would just stand so that we can just pay tribute to those who manufacture, those who create wealth in our country, those who make it possible for us as South Africans to export. And across all party lines, people are paying tribute. We also have entrepreneurs here, people who have come with ideas, with energy, with enterprise to build a better country. And I'd like to also appreciate and ask them to stand briefly so we can just acknowledge the contribution of the entrepreneurs. I know you're shy, but if you can stand, thank you very much for all of that. And I really appreciate the work that you all do. I want to offer a few brief responses. The first is there are some issues that the opposition have raised that I agree with. The first is that we must make sure when we promote empowerment that it's not a model that benefits the politically connected. That South Africa has 55 million people, that black South Africans have enterprise, that black South Africans can contribute to the economy, and that black economic empowerment is not only a historical necessity, but it's commercially desirable. That when we do BEE, as we do by promoting black industrialists, is to identify the South Africans, black South Africans with enterprise and give them opportunity. And I want to invite you, go to the exhibition. You will see black South Africans there that are supported by the IDC, and they have no political connections. They're not there because they know a minister. They are there because they bring enterprise and energy to this economy. Secondly, I'd like to agree with the Honorable Atkinson, who made the point about the fourth industrial revolution. The world is changing profoundly. And we need to make sure that our education systems and our innovation systems are aligned to that. And let me give an example of what we do in that. If you go to the exhibition outside, you will meet Dr. Vaughan, who is a medical entrepreneur. He brings enterprise and energy to the idea of a machine that combines X-rays and ultrasound. And by bringing this together, he's created a world-class technology, invented here in South Africa, being tested in local hospitals, that will make it possible for rural women to go in there and see whether they have breast cancer, to detect it quickly, cheaply, and make sure that those women are able to get treatment to extend their lives. That is innovation. That is what we're backing. That is what the Industrial Development Corporation and Economic Development is pioneering. So I agree with those kind of things. There are also some areas where we don't agree with what the opposition have said. First, I think we need to recognize we have made progress on jobs. If we look at the job numbers, they make for very interesting reading. Because if you look at the periods that we've quoted here, in 2010, the economy had a significantly lower number of jobs than today. And I can give you the figures, and you can take those numbers and see what has happened over this period. Let me just take youth employment as one example of that. Over the period that we're looking at, the number of youth jobs that have grown is very, very significant. But the number of young people that have entered the labor market has also grown. So our challenge has been to reconcile that. So let me give some numbers. Between 2010 and today, the economy has created jobs for 693,000 additional young people. Let me look at the total employment numbers. In October 2010, just before the New Growth Path was adopted, the employment levels in the country was 13.7 million. Last year in December, from the same statistical survey that everybody in the House quotes, the total employment was 16 million. That's a growth of 2.4 million new jobs over that period. Is it enough? No. We need to do even better because there are young people looking for jobs, and that's what the ANC-led government is focusing on. How do we create more jobs in the circumstances that we face? Let me go next to the question that is often used, and Honorable Atkinson managed to quote Groucho Marx without being grouchy, and I think that's very good. But Honorable Atkinson, you mentioned the growth rate of Nigeria and Egypt to contrast it with South Africa. I must say, when the rest of Africa does well, we don't see it as a competition, like a soccer match, who's the winner and loser. When the rest of Africa does well, we're very, very happy. When Nigeria, with a population significantly above 100 million, has a GDP that has grown as fast as it did, we think that's fantastic. It's good for the Nigerian people, it's good for the African continent, but it's also good for the South African economy. But I do think that it's worth looking at the figures. Nigeria grew spectacularly fast. In 2010, Nigeria's GDP was growing at 8.6%. At the end of last year, it dropped to 2.1%. Why? Not because anything had changed in Nigeria, but because global oil prices had changed. That's the fundamental driver. So that's exactly the pressures that affect the South African economy. Not oil in our case, gold, platinum, iron ore, coal, and so on, when their prices drop, it affects South African economic performance. Let me look finally at the question that has been raised about AB InBev and the role of the competition authorities and the Minister of Economic Development. First, let me say I agree with Honorable Cardo that we must ensure that we don't undermine the effectiveness of our regulatory institutions. I agree with that. But I think also as we do these things, we should say we're incredibly proud of the work of the Competition Commission and of ITAC and the excellence that they bring in here. But ultimately, we also have a role that we play. And that role is derived from a law that has been passed by this Parliament called the Competition Act. And in that law, it says in section 18.1, in order to make representations on any public interest ground referred to in 12A3, the minister may participate as a party in any large merger proceedings before the Competition Commission, Tribunal, or Competition Appeal Court.
Please.
Now, I've quoted the subsection. Let's go to that subsection.
Please
That
conclude.
subsection says, as I begin to wrap up, that in determining whether a merger cannot or can be justified, the Commission and Tribunal must consider the effect that the merger will have on employment, on an industrial sector, on the ability of small businesses, on firms owned by historically disadvantaged persons,
thank you,
and the ability of national industries to compete. That's what we've done. We'd like you to join us in celebrating the successes of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, you are reminded that the debate on agriculture, forestry, and fishery budget vote will take place at 16:40 in the National Assembly chamber, and a debate on police, including independent police investigative directorate budget vote will take place at 16:40 in the old assembly. That concludes, honorable members, the business for the extended public committee. Thank you very much, honorable members.
this will be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. Please be seated. I will now ask the secretary to read the order.
Debate on vote number 24, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Honorable Ofanechu.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Chairperson and members of the Protocol Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, MECs of Agriculture, members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be delivering this budget vote speech during this very important month in the history of our country. You will recall this time 22 years ago, majority of us were excited about the prospect of voting for the very first time in a democratic South Africa. The democracy we ushered in gave birth to our constitution, which is built on a culture of respect for human rights. Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution of South Africa states that, I quote, everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water. Our mandate is to ensure that food security and agrarian transformation in the agricultural sector through innovative, inclusive and sustainable policies and programs. In his 2016 State of the Nation's address, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma reiterated the centrality of the 9-point plan in fast-tracking economic growth. Prominent in the plan is the revitalization of agriculture, agro-processing value chain, and the growing oceans economy. This budget vote speech will reflect on our mandate and our work over the past year. We will report on progress made as outlined in our strategic plan and annual performance plan of 2015-2016 to 2019 medium-term strategic framework period. My vision for the agriculture, forest and fisheries sectors as catalyst for radical economic transformation is food security for all, creation of 1 million jobs by 2030, and significantly increasing the contribution of those sectors to the GDP. However, there are distinct challenges facing the sector and diverse opportunities that the sector can offer. Key achievements in 2015, as our success in delivering on our mandate and the new strategic priorities will be measured in terms of economic growth, job creation, and food security. We would like to reflect on a few achievements in these areas over the past year. Economic growth, the gross value of the agricultural sector has shrunk by 12.5% in the third quarter of 2015. However, there have been positive signs on the other indicators within the sector. During the third quarter of 2015, the number of smallholders increased by 743, and agro-processing sales grew by 8.4%. Comparatively, jobs in the sector increased by 211,000 in the third quarter of 2015 as compared to the same period in 2014. As part of our resolve to bring unutilized land into production, in 2014-2015 financial year, 136,225 hectares of land was put under production of maize, wheat, beans, vegetables, fruits, and amongst others, through CASP and Ilimalizima. 150,000 hectares of land is targeted for production through CASP and Ilimalizima in 2016-2017, and 880 million rand is set aside for this purpose. Effective public-private partnerships are vital in achieving our goal of bringing 1 million hectares into production by 2030. I am pleased to announce that in all three sectors, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries, exports value has increased and South Africa remains in a positive trade balance. The value of agriculture, forest and fisheries exports increased from 131 billion in 2014 to 144 billion in 2015. In the same period, our exports into the African continent, African countries increased from 59 billion to 62 billion, and into Asia from 34.5 to 37.1 billion. The conclusion of the EU Economic Partnership Agreement has provided increased quota access for a number of existing and new products, such as wine and sugar. The department will continue to focus on increasing intra-African trade and other global trade opportunities. The current contribution of our sector towards the gross domestic product of 2.7 is far below the capacity of the sector. At the same time, we should also note agriculture boost the GDP directly by 2% and by another 12% from related manufacturing and processing. The largest subsector in agriculture, forestry and fisheries export basket in 2015, based on value, was fruit and nuts. The highest growth in the export of specific product within agriculture, forestry and fisheries sector was paper and paper products, with an increase of 94%. AGOA is a very familiar term, and we're all aware of the tremendous efforts made by Team South Africa to ensure that we continue to benefit from the opportunities arising from this Trade Act of the US Congress. We have engaged those sectors with the impacted, which will be impacted upon through new access of US products to ensure that the impact is minimized. We have continued to open new markets. In 2014-2015, a notable achievement is in the Indonesian government's recognition of the competence of our food safety control measures. This comes after a protracted negotiation process between the technical teams of the two countries, which has eventually led to the opening of the Indonesian market to South African exporters. Recognition was granted in respect of 15 exported agricultural commodities, including deciduous fruits, citrus fruit, grapes, and nuts. South African exporters will be allowed to use the port of Jakarta, Tanjung Priok port, which is closer to the main Jakarta market, thus reducing transport costs and preventing quality loss of exported products. This recognition will be in place for 2 years, beginning from the 11th of April 2016 to the 10th of April 2018, and will offer the necessary guarantees in terms of market access for the listed commodities. The ARC has developed a new vaccine against heart water that will be made available to farmers after evaluating for safety and registration by the authorities. Availability of a heart water vaccine will boost more hair production, as Angora goats are the most susceptible to animal diseases. Heart water is a tick-borne disease of ruminant animals caused by intracellular bacteria. Development of new vaccines will play a vital role in expanding the number of successful livestock farmers, resulting in reduced losses, in increases in the revenue for the farmers. The department has prioritized youth development and empowerment through various programs, including partnerships with institutions of higher learning, both domestically and abroad. For example, we currently have 76 students in postgraduate studies at 3 universities in China. We have initiated the compulsory community service for newly qualified vets. The first group of 125 has been strategically placed to service resource-poor farmers in the rural areas and underserviced areas of South Africa. To fast-track the growth of the aquaculture sector, an amount of 338 million in private sector investment has been committed in the aquaculture sector to supplement 108 million government investments. In the 9 aquaculture farms that are already in production, 521 jobs have been created, while a further 335 jobs are envisaged. These 9 aquaculture farms are located within the Eastern Cape, KZN, Northern Cape, Western Cape. They produce carp, oysters, abalone, and trout. And I must add that while we visited Denmark, a new aquaculture farm will be built worth more than 1 billion rands to produce salmon fish around Atlantis. In the efforts to protect our ocean space and the living resources, the department has, during the 2015-16 financial year, conducted several successful enforcement operations. The department continued to provide employment to 60 military veterans who work to prevent illegal harvesting along the Western Cape coastline in the Overberg area. It is the intention of the department to extend this job creation initiative to other 3 coastal provinces during the 2016-2017 financial year, which will create an estimated 250 jobs. The protection of the marine resources from illegal harvesting result in sufficient fish stocks for allocation to South Africans, thus contributing towards food security and revenue generation. His Excellency President Jacob Zuma signed into law the Amendment Marine Living Resources Act on 24th February 2016. Small-scale fishing is now, for the first time in the history of our country, recognized as a fishing sector. The entire legal framework is now in place to implement the small-scale fishing sector in the 4 coastal provinces. During 2016-2017 financial year, the process of fisher registration and verification has already commenced. This process has led to the allocation of the fishing rights to community cooperatives. South Africa, under the leadership of the department, has acceded to the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission and the Commission for the Conservation of Southern Bluefin Tuna, thereby allowing South Africa greater influence in negotiating for increased tuna quota allocations and access. The associated benefits of fully acceding to these regional fisheries management organizations resulted in the immediate increase in the allocation of South African bluefin tuna from 40 to 150 tons. This has increased the sector's income from approximately 24 million to more than 100 million. We have consistently maintained our foot and mouth disease-free status. However, in December 2015, we had an outbreak in the Matiane community in the Tulamelam local municipality in Vembe district. This outbreak occurred within an FMD protected zone of South Africa where vaccination for FMD is routinely conducted. While this outbreak did not affect our FMD status, we continued with intensified control measures in this area to deal with the outbreak and to maintain our status. We will continue to provide feed to livestock in the protected FMD zones in KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga to ensure that the movement of the livestock in these areas is restricted, particularly during the drought period. Effective public-private technical partnership forums are vital in managing detections of quarantine pests and diseases. With regard to early detection and rapid response actions for quarantine pests, the department continues to work closely with the South African industries. Fruit flies are among the most destructive fruit pests, threatening production levels and food security, as well as product quality and export programs. The National Surveillance Program for Quarantine Fruit Flies is also ongoing. This early warning and rapid response system has successfully detected several incursions of a pest known as the Oriental Fried Fruit Fly. So far, South Africa's fruit export markets have been safeguarded through the effective regulatory measures. The effect of climate change has been devastating to our sector. We have recorded severely reduced rainfall with extremely high temperatures causing vulnerability of our sector in the major staple food for growing areas. The department allocated 381 million towards drought relief following the revision of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program and Ilimalizima funds. Our focus is on the provision of animal feed, drilling and equipping of boreholes for smallholder and subsistence farmers. Working with the provincial departments of agriculture, we have drilled 224 boreholes, 78 of which have been successfully completed. A total of about 320 bags of animal feed were bought and distributed to the affected farmers. The land bank has also made available an amount of 400 million rands for concessional loans to commercial farmers affected by the drought. Through the Agricultural Research Council, we have also introduced a drought-tolerant maize seed. In the financial year 2014-15, the ARC distributed 10,000 seed packets, which were distributed to smallholder farmers in various provinces. In 2015-16, provinces have achieved 43% of the targeted 120 hectares under Fetsatlala production season due to drought. The impact of drought has adversely affected the basic food basket. According to the National Agricultural Marketing Council 2015 report, the cost of basic food basket increased by about 21 rand in nominal terms from 501 to 522 from July 14 to July 2015. The impact of global economic volatility, which saw the rand decline by almost 40%, added further strain on the purchasing power of the people, particularly the indigent households. These high food prices negatively impact poor households, and the situation shouldn't be unduly exploited for maximizing profits. To date, we have imported 1.7 million tons of yellow maize. We have imported 72 tons of white maize. We have 2 weeks left in the current marketing season. This is almost exactly what we anticipated in December 2015. For the next season, 1st May 2016 to 31 April 2017, we still anticipate imports of 4.3 tons to 2.4 yellow maize and white maize, 1.9 white maize. Chairperson, the total value of budget vote 24 for 2016-17 is 6,333,000,000, of which 3.29 billion, 292 billion is ring-fenced for transfers of conditional and parliamentary grants. The terms and conditions of grants, 1.6 billion has been allocated to Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, 491.4 million to Ilima Litsima, 69.3 million to the Land Care Program. In terms of parliamentary grants, 241.8 million has been allocated to the Marine Living Resources Fund, 813 million to the Agricultural Research Council, 35 million to the National Agricultural Marketing Council, 5.9 million to Neha Farms. In addition to that, 788 million of the budget has been allocated to administration. This division of our budget reflects the alignment of our budget to strategic priorities. For the 2016-17 financial year, CASP has received an allocation of 1.6 billion, of which 1.1 billion will directly support farmers with infrastructure production inputs, training, capacity building. That includes the South African good agricultural practices. 346 million will go towards strengthening extension services. 70.8 million will be used to revitalize colleges of agriculture. 76.6 will go towards recovery work of flood disaster of 2012. DAF, through CASP, will play a crucial role in supporting smallholder producers that will supply their produce to the agri-parks across the country. Together with DTI, we plan to link smallholder entrepreneurs with the mainstream market through the Supplier Development Program, the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, and other related interventions at linking small and medium-sized enterprises with the markets. The department acknowledges the role and contribution of women and people with disabilities in food security, job creation, economic growth, and poverty alleviation in the sectors. These women participate in the Female Entrepreneur Awards, wherein winners are awarded with prize money for exclusive use in their enterprise activities. We also successfully hosted several international conferences, including the World Forestry Congress, the Global Congress on Agricultural Research and Development, and we continue to participate in international multilateral platforms like COP21, FAO, OECD. Over the past years, the department has focused on the legislative review of several sector legislations, some of which have already been deliberated by the Political Committee of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. It gives me pleasure to announce that in the past financial year, we filled all the previously vacant positions at the level of Deputy Director Generals. The process to fill the vacant positions of Director General is still underway, and our plan is to conclude it in the next month to two, thereby bringing much needed stability in the department to our operations. And we believe that even All members of the committee will agree with me that we have made greater improvements in the fishing area, even to make sure that all our vessels are at sea. And that is a fact I believe no one dare dispute. Let me say in closing that as a department, we're proud to bring this a budget vote to the House for debate. Let me recognize the member Poulet's family and kids who are in the gallery, as well as my own family with my beautiful wife and my sister. And I believe also the DM will also do the same to announce if his beautiful wife is also around. We could not succeed in doing our work or be sober where we are insulted and be energetic when challenges come. It was not because of those family members who support us. Thank you very much.
Sithokoze Ngqongqoshe. Re tlo bitsa jwalo sebuledi se se latelang modulasetulo wa komiti Mohlomphehi Semenya.
Motsamaishi wa Ntlokgolo ya Palamente, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members of this august house, our guest in the gallery, the family of Minister and the family of Deputy Minister and of Honorable Pule Mabi, Liperile. Honorable Chair, April in the political history of our country is a deeply significant month where the people of our country celebrate our political democracy on Freedom Day. We also commemorate the tragic assassination of our former NEC, a member of Umkhonto Wesizwe, the leader of the SSCP, our own Chris Hani, and the murder by hanging of an MK cadre, our NEC, our own Kalushi Mahlangu, Solomon Mahlangu. And as we commemorate this month, we remember our leader, our veteran, O.R. Tambo. These honorable members reflect our character as the African National Congress. We are also commemorating 60 years anniversary of the 1956 Women's March to Union Building in protest of the dehumanizing past laws of apartheid government. The recollection of our history members are the true testament of the resilience of our people, the commitment of the African National Congress towards building a better community for our people. Malibongwe, ikamala makosikazi.
Honorable
Chamber.
Honorable Semenya, what are you rising on, Honorable Paulson?
Point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, what's your
This isn't
point of...
ANC history lesson. This
Honorable
is a
member,
debate
that's
on
not a point of
agriculture,
order.
Forestry and fisheries.
Honorable member.
We've got to get back to the topic.
Honorable
Chairperson.
member, that's not a point of order. Please take your seat. Continue, honorable member. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chair, ANC aina mona, ibina aina lehloyo. The Portfolio Committee notes that the drought impact has been devastating for our agricultural sector, and even more so far our smallholder farmers. It is against this backdrop that the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries tabled the 2016-17 performance annual plan of the department. It is absolutely critical for the department to refocus its effort on supporting farmers, farm workers, farm dwellers in terms of the post-drought recovery plan that will ensure South Africa's food security status, both nationally and at the household level. Within within the Southern Africa region, South Africa plays a crucial role through its grain export to Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Swaziland. It is also for these reasons that the plan of the department should be responsive to the agricultural production shortfall that might be experienced in the region. Further, the department should make concerted effort in supporting subsistence and smallholder production, as this is a crucial in the revitalization and the transformation of our agricultural sector. Though the department has its budget cut by 65.7 million in nominal term for this 2016 financial year, the Portfolio Committee urged the department to refocus its activities on the high-impact project that will grow economy, create jobs, and ensure food security in line with the policy priorities outlined in NDP, MTSF, and SONA. It is important for this House to be cognizant of the impact that the reduction in the budget of the department will have on its ability to deliver of the target outlined in MTFS for the period leading up to 2019, particularly in its contribution to reduce the number of households that are vulnerable to hunger and bringing 1 million hectares of underutilized land into production under the Fetsatlala Production Initiative. The Portfolio Committee also welcomed the establishment of the coordinating task team led by the Office of the Deputy President that will coordinate and streamline all food security initiatives in South Africa. It is with such institutional arrangement that the strategic role of agriculture in food security initiatives will be effectively coordinated amongst all the stakeholders in order to realize the NDP target of domestic production of our food surplus. The Portfolio Committee welcomed the plan underway to hold Operation Pakisa for the agricultural sector. It will strategically locate agricultural sector within the broader economy to respond to the challenges faced by the sector while ensuring sustainability, growth, and food security. The radical socio-economic transformation program of the ANC manifesto finds expression in the revitalization of the agricultural sector and the agro-processing value chain. Furthermore, the 2014-2019 medium-term strategic framework mandates the department to focus on ensuring that the number of households that are vulnerable to hunger is reduced drastically to below 9.5% of the total population. The National Development Plan and the new growth path clearly outline the role that the agriculture and agro-processing sector ought to play in revitalizing of the rural economy. The imperatives expressed in the Agricultural Policy Action Plan, which incorporates Fetsatlala Production Initiative, as well as non-agricultural and agro-processing value chain. The APEP intervention seeks to create 63,000 jobs by 2019 through partnership with public and private sector investment in the sector to boost domestic food production and reduce reliance on food imports. Fetsatlala initiatives aim to bring an additional 1 million hectares into cultivation by 2019, creating an additional job of 300,000 jobs. The department has planned to support 145,000 subsistence and smallholder farmers, bringing 120 hectares of underutilized land to cultivation in communal areas, and also supported 10,000 smallholder farmers through the Retail Emerging Market Division of the Land and Agricultural Bank for South Africa. The Portfolio Committee welcomed the rollout of the long-awaiting compulsory community service for vets and the delivery of mobile clinic to provinces. The Portfolio Committee, however, was disappointed that the deployment of these students did not focus on the rural areas in the provinces that were greatest potential, that have the greatest potential and the need for livestock development. The PEC also wished to congratulate Agricultural Research Council in its groundbreaking work on the development of the hard water vaccine as well as the drought-tolerant maize seeds. This development will prove to be a game changer for South African producers and could greatly improve access to access to export market. During the 2016-17 financial year, the department plans to develop the smallholder produce support policy, which seeks to create norms and standards, and as such, harmonize the comprehensive producer support that is offered by government to different categories of farmers. It is important that the type of support offered to smallholder farmers is aligned to the intended objective that seek to enhance access support services, increase agricultural production, and expand incomes opportunities for beneficiaries. This is truly a long-waiting development in order to ensure that South Africa's smallholders farmers are supported in the holistic manner that will drive the realization of the NDP targets. The loss of agricultural land poses a direct threat to national food security, increases rural unemployment, and diminishes the positive link between agriculture and rural development. The change in land use patterns from agriculture to non-agricultural use developed on high and medium potential agricultural land has been alarmingly increasing in response to this challenge. The developmental needs, I'm sorry. Yes, I will, don't worry. Yeah? What's your problem? The change in the land of use, the change in the land use patterns from agriculture to non-agricultural use, such as mining, urban infrastructure, residential development on high, medium potential agricultural land has been alarmingly increasing in response to this challenge. The department the fishery sector faces a variety of complex challenges ranging from vertical integration monopoly to the effects of climate change. At this juncture, most of economic important fisheries resources are reported to be maximally utilized, thus leaving a very little room to accommodate previously excluded communities. Notwithstanding these challenges, Minister Zogwani is spending more efforts and resources on getting the previously excluded fishing communities to participate meaningfully in the sector. The Portfolio Committee is fully aware that the fishery resources are finite, hence the supportive of efforts to tap into other avenues to increase the socio-economic impact of the fishery sector. The strategies implemented across various fishery sectors are yielding the desired recovery of certain fish stocks to be ecologically sustainable. In line with the NDP, during 2015-16, Department broadened fishery opportunity beyond what currently exploited by advancing access to the fishery of tuna and tuna-like species. The department has since secured South Africa's permanent member status as opposed to being a cooperating non-contracting party in Indian Ocean Tuna Commission and the Commission for Conservation of South African Bluefin Tuna. As a permanent member under IOTC and CCBSPT, the country will now enjoy voting rights and can influence discussion and decision on the total allowable catches that will be limited to full members. The department is encouraged to focus on negotiating high total allowable catches that is fair and equitable, more than the current 150 tons. A higher TAC in a tuna fishery would stimulate more interest and investment into this sector, thus broadening the scope for more job creation and economic contribution. The 2016-17 annual plan are tabled at the time when the department is in the middle of the most important fishery transformation process of fishing rights allocation. The department will not only allocate fishing rights to the 10 commercial fisheries and fish processing establishments that mainly expired in 2015, but also the small-scale fisheries will get their shares. This FRAP 2015-16 is bolstered by the conclusion of the FRAP 2013's appeals. It is particularly exciting that for the first time in the history of South Africa, small-scale fishery will be fishing rights holders in the fishing sector. It should be remembered that there is no foundation for the fishing rights allocation to small-scale fisheries. The only existing institution memory relates to the allocation of fishing rights to the commercial sector. This is a good achievement, Minister. Pick it up. The aquaculture is edging closely to its potential of supplying fish and fish products, job creation and contribution to the
Honorable
GDP.
Semenya.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Your time
Thank
has
you, Chair. These old men insulting women
Thank you.
don't have manners.
Thank you very much. Akbara, let's stay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Earlier this year, SADC declared the region a drought disaster area and called on national governments, international aid organizations, and the private sector to assist in ensuring food security for 50 million people affected by the drought. In contrast to this, the response of the ANC government in dealing with this drought is shocking, to say the least. During the State of the Nation address this year, President Zuma said the following, and I quote, "The drought that is currently taking place in most of our provinces is really devastating. Livestock is dying as a result. The agricultural sector is going through a difficult period. These are tough times indeed. Government will continue to assist farmers and also provide water tank services to communities," unquote. If you listen to these words, it would not give you the sense that at the time when the president made that speech, 34 million South Africans were without water. This during February, when we experienced record high temperatures. The president went further and thanked the civil society organizations for providing water to communities. It is unbelievable that 56% of South Africans could be without water and it is not declared a national disaster. Maybe it's because the fire pool at Nkandla did not run dry. These hollow words by the president place the hopes of our farmers in the hands of Minister Pravin Gordhan, believing that some relief measures would be announced during the budget debate. It was devastating to listen to the budget debate and no real relief for farmers or communities without water were announced. Minister Gordhan had the following to say, and I quote, "Initiatives to transform ownership of land and improve productivity in agriculture are underway, and Ministers Okwana and Quinty are addressing drought-related challenges in rural areas," unquote. More hollow words to a sector that's on its knees. According to a presentation by the Red Meat Producers Organization, it's estimated that at that time, approximately 650,000 animals have already died or has to be slaughtered because farmers could no longer afford to feed them. No real assistance to farmers was given, and the feed that was provided is totally inadequate to feed the animals. By the end of January, it was apparent that South Africa would be unable to produce enough food due to late rains. Agri-SA estimated that at least 12 billion rand would be needed to protect the sector through the worst drought ever. This information was provided to government. The budget speech was a clear sign that the farmers don't matter to the ANC government. And if farmers don't matter, food security don't matter. It is very clear that agriculture don't matter because both the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries and the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has seen budget cuts for a second year in a row. The country would be carrying the brunt of these foolish decisions for years to come. What makes this cut to the agricultural budget even more bizarre is the fact that the programs ensuring food security has been mostly affected by these cuts. This, while the number of people who are food insecure is rising on a yearly basis. Program 2, Agricultural Production, Health and Food Safety, has been cut with 181 million for this year. Program 3, Food Security and Agrarian Reform, has been reduced by 40.6 million rand. The programs just mentioned are precisely those that are responsible for transforming ownership of land and improving agricultural productivity. The ANC government keep on pronouncing these nicely sounding programs, but consistently fails to provide the necessary budget for their proper implementation. Minister, I would like to propose that you speak to your counterpart in Rural Development and Land Reform. One of the biggest challenges facing black farmers is security of tenure. People are waiting for long periods to get a lease, and in many cases the lease period is too short, not renewed, or just no lease at all. It would even be better if black farmers would be given title to their land in order to have security and take ownership for their businesses. Why don't you trust black farmers to get title to land? The Agricultural Research Council would also be negatively affected, and some groundbreaking research in the development of new vaccines would not be able to make it into the market due to budget constraints. The Minister spoke about that vaccines. We won't be able to develop it because we don't have money. We must congratulate the ARC for developing a drought-tolerant maize, which was launched during December 2014. This seed was specifically focused towards small-scale maize producers in Africa and would go a long way in assisting with food security in our drought-prone country. Unfortunately, our department did not seize this opportunity to ensure the multiplication of the seed in order to plant hundreds of hectares in the current financial year. It is not clear what the current status of this seed is and why it was not used to plant during this drought year. Chairperson, this brings me to the discussion of rising food prices. It's currently estimated that the country would have to import about 3.8 million tons of maize, our staple food. This is based on the overly optimistic predictions by the Crop Estimates Committee. Unfortunately, these early predictions seems to have lulled the Honourable Minister and the ANC government into a false sense of security. The reality is that not only did the country receive a record low rainfall, but 2015 has also been the hottest year ever, and we broke all records of maximum temperatures measured during prolonged heat waves during January and February this year. This had had a devastating effect on our crops. As you can see on these examples that I received from the farmers in the Free State today, looks can be deceiving. If you drive past the fields in the Free State and other areas, it looks like there's a lot of crop on the field, but this is how it looks like. This is how it's supposed to look like. So I'm telling you now today, Minister, and all the ANC members here today, that we must not be fooled and think we will have enough food. As a result already of this decreased crop, supply can already not keep up with demand. Just yesterday, the latest food price inflation rate was announced, which placed the price of food on a 9.5% increase year on year, with bread 13.3% higher and fruit and vegetables at 18.7%. According to a presentation by the National Agricultural Marketing Council, this could increase to 30% by the end of this year. Chairperson, this year we are experiencing a food crisis because of the drought. But if government proceeds to leave farmers to deal with the crisis on their own, next year we might have a far bigger crisis because farmers will be unable to continue with their operations. We call on government again to to declare this drought a national disaster and give it the attention it deserves. On my last few seconds, I also want to say, Minister, we need to deal with farm murders. This week again, 2 farmers were murdered in Vryheid. It brings the total of farmers murdered in April alone to 4. If we don't deal with farm murders, we won't have farmers to plant and we won't have food in our country. So, Minister, I know you agree with me. We need to deal with farm murders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects Budget Vote 24 of the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. The budget allocation for this department for the period 2016-2017 financial year is a paltry 6.3 billion. That's all the Minister could.
Order,
didn't put up a
honourable
fight.
members.
The EFF would like to thank the members of public who have sent us messages expressing their concerns for the dismal state of agriculture, forestry and fisheries in this country. We encourage them to continue doing so, as the EFF is the only party in this parliament that deeply cares about the state of agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and its effect on the poor. Agriculture in China contributed 34% of total employment in that country, while only 11.3% of its land is considered arable. Only 9% of the land in Brazil is considered arable, but 15% of its total employment comes from agriculture. Cuba, a small island in the Caribbean, manages to produce organic food with the use of biofertilizers, ensuring continuing health of the soil, as well as producing healthy organic foods for that nation in a sustainable manner. Cuba is the size of the Northwest province. Cuba has 11.5 million inhabitants. Northwest has 3.4 million. EFF-run municipalities will have urban gardens just like the Cubans, who 10 years ago were able to produce 3.4 million tons of food on just 14,000 hectares of urban gardens. An EFF-led city of Cape Town will ensure that Philippi horticultural area is protected and that quality housing for low-income earners will be developed closer to the city.
Members.
Most municipalities have no agricultural development plans. EFF-governed municipalities will make sure that we avail suitable municipal land for agricultural development in support of small-scale farmers. It would be mandatory for EFF-led municipalities to source at least 70% of its food requirements from small-scale producers. EFF-led municipalities will discontinue the marginalization of farmers who farm in communal areas who are never given support by government because they do not have title deeds to their land. Our approach to agricultural development, thank you, Annette, will ensure that all available agricultural land is used for agriculture, maximizing employment opportunities and making agriculture a major contributor to our economy. In South Africa, with 12% of the land considered arable, but primary agriculture contributes only 3% to the GDP. That's a disgrace, Minister. This means that the department plans on doing pretty much nothing to promote market access for small-scale farmers who are suffocated out of the system by the more established farmers. Let's look at fishing. The fishing quote allocation process has not yet been released, but we do know that less than 20% will be allocated to small-scale fishers. This means, Minister, that 80% will be allocated to big business, where your pals in the ANC, you're not from the ANC, you're from the SACP, have a huge stake. With these allocations, small-scale fishers will not be able to share in the high-value species such as West Coast, rock lobster, abalone, and hake. Under this ANC government, coastal communities have no option but to help themselves to the marine resources that are available. Globally, half of the fish consumed is from aquaculture. Here in South Africa, it's less than 1% of the total. From our own observations, Minister, aquaculture projects under this department are dismal failure. I don't know what successes you were bragging about over here. It's failing, Minister, because you're not fighting
Ag,
hard
bare
enough
lid,
for a
is a
budget
date, is no
adequate
on.
enough to make it a success.
Bare
Voters
lid.
must reject this ANC
Honourable
on the 3rd
member.
of August, like they did
Honourable
on Saturday,
member,
Nelson Mandela
your time has
Stadium.
expired.
They must reject this
Honourable
ANC.
member, please read Rule 4:9. Thank you. Isikhulumo esilandelayo umhlonishwa inkosi Cebekhulu.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, and the House at large. With this department receiving only a nominal increase in budget allocation for the year 2016-2017 year, and when contrasted against the immediate challenges that this department faces, this amount is a mere drop in the ocean, and we are accordingly not confident that the department will reach many of the goals it has set itself for the ensuing year. Of the many challenges it faces, we wish to highlight the following in the hope that they will receive most urgent departmental attention. Poaching in our marine conservation areas and along the coastline in general remains rife, with certain species of fish, abalone and other species now reaching critical depopulation levels. Not enough is being done to stem this advancing tide of poaching of our marine life. We still leasing privately owned vessels in order to police and patrol our marine areas. Marine conservancy and policing must receive proper and adequate funding, otherwise we cannot hope to make any substantial impact against poaching. In respect of commercial fishing licenses and permits, we are also note with great concern the plight of our subsistence fishermen who advise that they are being sidelined when it comes to the issue of commercial fishing licenses in favor of large commercial fishing operations. How do we expect to take our people out of poverty when we handicap them in this manner by not allowing them to compete with large commercial fishing operations for the issuing of licenses? If we turn to land-based agriculture, we see that crop farming has seen a recent upsurge in new entrants to this field on all levels: subsistence, smallholder or emerging and commercial farmers. However, the department treats these classes differently when it comes to providing technical and other assistance. Such inequality negatively impacts our food security and must be addressed. Smallholder farmers are struggling to work their farms as there are many financial challenges which become obstacles to progress. Shortages of extension officers and skilled technical advice and assistance to farmers is also leading to arable farming land becoming unproductive. Recent natural disasters have only added to these challenges, and here I am referring to the horrific drought that has badly damaged both agriculture and animal farming practices in South Africa. The continued use of herbicides such as glyphosate being sprayed by the police in the Eastern Cape to eradicate cannabis plants traditionally grown on the Wild Coast is destroying soil fertility and crops in the adjacent subsistence farming lands, placing food security in the area at great risk. Technical assistance to farmers through the provision of specialized equipment such as the provision of tractors to subsistence farmers which they could use to plow communal farming areas is no longer operative. This is due largely to the tractors being unserviced. When is the department going to attend to this program?
Siyathokoza baba, isikhathi sakho
The
siphele.
party supports the budget anyway. Thank you.
Sithokoza. Isikhulumo esilandelayo umhlonishwa Ncwabe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, distinguished guests in the podium. Minister, the NFP supports your budget, but we have the following concerns to be noted. The NFP simply cannot comprehend how it is possible for government to reduce the budget allocation for the Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries at a time when the country is on the verge of the biggest food crisis our country has ever experienced. In our view, the reduction in the department's budget is unjustifiable considering the drought which is ravaging our agricultural sector and the dire implications of it for our national food security. We note that the budget allocation for the department for the 2016-17 financial year is 6.3 billion. This is a decline of 65.8 million from 2015-16 and comes at a time when the government should be pulling out all the stops to assist agriculture in the face of the ongoing drought, rising electricity, and input costs associated with our weak currency exchange rate. What we find puzzling is that the administration program, which accounts for 12.4% of the total budget, maintains a steady increase in the share of the allocation, whilst the vital programs such as agricultural production, health and food safety is given significantly less than in the previous financial year. We also note a worrying decrease in the allocation for the Food Security and Agrarian Reform Program and cannot find any substantial justification for this reduction. Chairperson, the NFP is well aware of the need for austerity in government spending, and while we support the effort in principle, but we believe that such austerity should not be at the expense of our country's food security. Whereas South Africa has been a net exporter of food in the past, we are suddenly faced with the prospect of having to import millions of tons of maize and grains and other foodstuff in order to feed our people. Food prices have been rocketing over the past few months, sending our food inflation into double digit. And many of our small and emerging farmers are facing financial ruin due to crop failure and stock decimation. We therefore find it incomprehensible that the department should choose to maintain and increase funds for programs which are not directly related to food production and at a crucial time like this, when we should be making every effort possible to intervene and come to the assistance of this vital sector of our economy. The NFP is also dismayed at the chaotic state of issuing fishing licenses to subsistence and emergent small-scale fishers. Government has made big pronouncements on the merits and potential
your left
of
screen.
The NFP supports the budget.
Thank you very much. We'll now call on the Deputy Minister, Umhlonishwa Ucele.
Thanks, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, other ministers, if they're here, Deputy Ministers, and all protocol observed. Humbled I am to address this august House today on such a pertinent and relevant subject in the current affairs agenda of government. This is undoubtedly the subject that talks to the hearts and minds of fellow South Africans, subject that defines humankind, the subject that talks to the solution of poverty and hunger, the subject that is the face of drought and climate change issues, and most importantly, the subject that is at the critical point of the service delivery. Chairperson, we fully support the presentation of the budget vote 24 by the Minister Zogwane. We further reaffirm that the subject of agriculture remains the catalyst for economic growth and food security. This country is at a period that calls for the revolution in the agricultural sector. As American writer Daniel Quinn in his book Ishmael, An Adventure of Mind and Spirit, wherein he argues, I quote, that our agricultural revolution is not an event like the Trojan War, isolated in the distant past and without relevance to our lives today. The work begun by those Neolithic
farmers in the Near East has been carried forward from one generation to the next without a single break, right into the present moment. It is the foundation of your vast civilization today in exactly the same way that it was the foundation of a very first farming village, unquote. Indeed, the story of today and tomorrow must be different to the story of yesterday. We certainly do not want to dwell much on the non-progressive stories of past about the sector. However, we are more interested to listen to the remarkable and progressive good stories to come. The Honorable President, during his sona, said, "Phezu komkhono." He gave us the marching orders when he spoke passionately about the revitalization of agriculture and the agro-processing value chain. The minister unpacked the strategy in the regard, and hence our budget is channeled towards the realization of the vision. The strategy will unashamedly be biased in bringing more black smallholder farmers as progressive beneficiaries of the program. Honorable members, radical transformation will hit a spinal cord of the sector. We can rather deal with the casualties of the implementation process than to be trapped in the paralysis of transformation that is by mouth and paper with no tangible results. Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans, we remain resolute in our resolve for a better life for all. The story must change, the language must change, and the work must change. Indeed, the budget must change to represent the paradigm shift in the sector. It is rather unfortunate that the 2016 budget vote directly coincides with the most severe challenges of drought and budget cuts. Nonetheless, the agricultural revolution will continue to soldier on, right in the midst of the rigid and tough conditions, both environmentally and financially. During Honorable Minister Zowana's budget vote for 2015-16 financial year, he announced that the country will host the 14th World Forestry Congress from the 7th to 11th September 2015 for the first time on the African soil since inception in the year 1926. I'm delighted to report that the Congress was a success in terms of equality of participation, inputs, and outcomes. It attracted more than 4,000 participants from 142 countries and was addressed by the Deputy President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Lessons drawn from the Congress are being considered for improvement of the forest in South Africa and Africa at large. Honorable members, forestry remains one of the critical development areas in the natural resources management realm in the nation's hope for achieving the sustainable development goals. Our country continues to be endowed with over 40 million hectares of natural and commercial plantations all on which play a critical role in the social, economic, institutional perspective of our communities as well as for biodiversity. Its close proximity to rural areas makes it an economic activity which holds a potential to contribute to the development of rural economies and youth employment, which must be addressed. It is on this basis that the government is championing programs to ensure radical socio-economic transformation of the sector in line with the Forest Sector Transformation Charter. This is done with the aim of ensuring entry of blacks, youth, and women in the forestry value chain. For instance, government has now identified areas of forestry growth, such as the planting of 147,000 hectares over time, and that should promote the entry of women and youth in the sector across value chain. Chairperson, it is public knowledge that commercial forest or plantation have longer time to mature. This has the potential to discourage youth and communities from practicing forestry. I am therefore pleased to announce that government is pursuing the agroforestry program to bridge this economic gap. This program will ensure the promotion of the coexistence of agriculture and forestry, thereby benefit communities and other owners while they are waiting for trees to mature. However, the success of this program will require that government and industry works in harmony with communities, in line with the spirit of our democratic government. Working together, we will do more to ensure legal strengthening of these measures. Mr. Minister has just announced legislative reform being undertaken by the department. Chairperson, our greening efforts have also proven the worth in beautifying our localities while also providing for food security through fruit trees being planted across the length and breadth of our country. For this, we salute all municipalities which are participating in the cause, as well as sister departments and NGOs which are supporting this cause. It is on this basis that the Apple Week campaign, which takes place from the 1st to the 7th September, annually remains one of our fundamental campaigns in driving forestry and sustainable forest management, targeting preservation of trees within and outside forest. Honorable members, the land care program remains one of our key programs for natural agricultural resources management under the EPWP. It is also a program which contributes to enhancing the resilience of the sector from natural hazards and disasters, thereby adapting to the climate change and variability. I am pleased to report that during the 2015-2016 financial year, the program implemented 106 projects in all 9 provinces amounting to 65 million. This resulted with the creation of the target number of 2,803 jobs in rehabilitating 16,000 hectares of agricultural land. The department will therefore continue to support land care and other disasters risk reduction program to ensure resilience and sustainable on sector to ensure national food security. Notable measures linked to program including the promotion of climate smart agriculture, CSA, and launch under the United Nations. Chairperson, we are facing the serious drought problem, and I fully agree with Honorable Mercy Stein. But Honorable Mercy Stein, more than being the member of this portfolio committee, is also the special ambassador of her family because they are farmers. Nothing wrong, nothing wrong. She is a special ambassador of the family. There's nothing wrong with that. But it doesn't allow many of us to use this as a vehicle for our own ambassadorial work. DA,
Order, honorable members, order.
DA, they behave like no all kind of a bunch of undemocratic doomed alliance. I invited your MEC to go and visit the drought-stricken areas. He refused. He refused. I invited him on the 4th of the previous month. He said it was too soon. I postponed it to the 4th. Here are the letters. Here are the letters that he has been refusing. Here are the letters. Refusing to visit the areas where people are suffering of drought. When I finally visited those people, I knew why he refused to go there. Because those people are oppressed, suppressed, devastated, with completely uncaring democratic government when it comes to play. And you come here, you shout from the top of your roofs when exactly you have no business to take care of your own people here.
Deputy Minister. Honorable Stein.
Chairperson, I would like to ask the Deputy Minister if he would take a question.
Next year. But for now, if you want the letters of your reforms, the people that work in the office of the MEC of Democratic Alliance, they've got the audacity to think that they are superior. Even the receptionist in the office of the MEC write the office of the deputy ministers advised him not to go there. Who is she in the office of the
On
MEC?
a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson.
Here are the letters.
Point of order.
Here are the letters.
Point of order.
Before you
Point
come
of
here,
order.
go
Honorable
to the top.
Deputy Minister, there is a point of order. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I rise on a point of order because the Deputy Minister is making allegations against someone who is not in this House. He knows very well that such allegations have to be brought in a substantive motion, and I advise him to withdraw such statements as the person is not here to respond to the allegations.
Thank you, Honorable Member. A substantive
Honorable
motion.
House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
This is a point of debate, and the Deputy Minister have the letters.
I was just about to respond, Honorable Deputy Chair. Can I allow you to continue? But let's bear in mind, Honorable Members, if we are going to cast aspersions, we must have a substantive motion. Thank you. Continue. Continue.
Chairperson, for last 5 years, Democratic Alliance in this province, they have been given 406 million rands for CASP. But they are only 1% of the smallholders farmers. Where are you taking the money to? Where are you taking? This money is not for the big grape gardens and grape fields. It's for the small farm. And this province has got only 1% of that. You know why it's 1%? You know why it's 1%? Because you are busy chasing the farmers there in your local governments to tell them to go and take their stock. They go all around, there's no place, and you come here to talk. That's a problem with the Democratic Alliance. Remember,
Order, Honorable Members, order.
your kind of mentality to think that we are foreigners in this province must come to an end. We are South African, Western Cape is part of South Africa. We shall be here, we are going nowhere. So that must be drummed in your heads that South Africans, black or white, are not foreigners. As Madam Zille here keeps jumping, popping up like a popcorn to think that South Africans here are
Honorable
foreigners in this
Deputy
country.
Minister, please take your seat. What are you rising on, Honorable McPherson?
Chairperson, you'd be
Order,
well.
Honorable Members. Can I hear the
You would
order?
do well to remind the Deputy
What is
Minister
your point of order?
that it is not Madam Zille, it is a Premier Zille.
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Minister.
They keep jumping like popcorns here, even here. Wesley, stop jumping like popcorns here. Sit down and listen. That's another problem, that you don't want to listen. That's why you behave like this.
Can you all address the
Point of
chair,
order.
Honorable Deputy
Via you, I'm
Chairperson,
addressing
on a
them
point of
via you,
order.
Madam Chair.
Chairperson, I rise on a point of order.
It's via you, don't worry.
Another
Madam
point of order, please take your seat, Honorable Deputy Minister. What are you rising on, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, I raise on a point of order because the Deputy Minister knows very well that he cannot address us directly. He has to address us to the
I
chair.
have already
and I
ruled.
would like him to withdraw calling us a group of popcorn.
Calling you what? I'm sorry.
and members-
Honorable Deputy Minister, please take
Through
your
you.
seat. Please take your seat.
Oh my God.
Calling, withdraw. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable member, you said something that he called you. Can you please say what he said?
He said that the DA was jumping up like popcorn, and while he might think that's amusing, it's immature.
Honorable member, unfortunately, he didn't say you are a popcorn. So thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Madam Speaker, this wash never stopped when I was told to sit down. Never stopped. It just never stopped.
I left it at a 1 minute. Can we give him 1 minute that I saw on the screen? It never stopped. Order, honorable members. 1 minute, please. I saw that. There are problems with the machines. It's not their fault.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, we support this budget. And this budget will be progressive going forward. But this budget also will have to say to the DA, South Africa belongs to all of us, black and white. And the DA must remember that for the rest of our history, they were on the side that was pursuing us when we were fighting for this constitution. You were busy arresting, killing, and murdering us. For now, I was in prison and exiled. I was in prison and exiled. For this reason,
Order.
for that reason, I was on Robben Island.
Order,
I was on
honorable
Robben Island.
members.
Lastly, thank you, Mr. Minister, for thanking our beautiful wives. We survive because they keep us walking. Even with these popcorns, we'll survive. So
Honorable
long
member.
they're on our side.
Honorable
Thank you, wives.
Deputy Minister,
Thank you
please
very much.
withdraw that they are popcorns. He said that now, I heard it very well. Please withdraw.
Okay, they keep jumping like popcorns.
No, Honorable Minister, please withdraw unconditionally that they are popcorns.
Oh, no. I withdraw that.
Thank you very much. Your time is
They're
up.
just jumping like popcorn.
Oh, okay. Isikhulumo esilandelayo sizobawa ubaba umhlonishwa uCapha.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC government, through the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, made and still continue making considerable interventions to assist smallholder producers with technical, infrastructure, financial support, seeking to achieve the NDP target of creating 1 million jobs. These interventions cover mainly the agricultural production, land care, and aquaculture. And by provinces, I'll mention these examples. Mind you, I say examples. In the Northern Cape, CASP program has supported 1,131 farmers from 25 projects in 5 districts. And in the Free State, CASP program has implemented 26 projects, creating 434 jobs and training 686 farmers. On infrastructure, CASPA has provided 300 kilometers of fencing, 21 stock handling facilities, 11 stock water recirculation systems, and 13 boreholes were drilled. In Limpopo, there is the Nwaledi Development Project in Musina, which was provided to 24 women producing vegetables and have created 288 jobs. The department in Mpumalanga has provided funding to Ikwezi Vegetable and Poultry Production Cooperative of 5 female farmers whose fresh produce is already sold in Woolworth and local market. In KZN, the Mpangisweni Trust Farm of 15,000 hectares, which was acquired through land restitution and has 300 beneficiaries, has created 60 permanent jobs and 10 temporary ones. During the 2015-2016 financial year, 50 projects were funded through CASP in the Eastern Cape, and one of them is the Ngecha Macadamia Farm, which was mentioned by the Honorable Minister. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture provided on-farm infrastructure to targeted farmers and cooperatives in 5 corridors of the province. In the Northern Province, the department supported the Rabulana, Nguni cattle farmers and other farmers. The Western Cape Department of Agriculture received a total of CASP allocation of 95 million for the year 2015-16 and supported a total of 61 agricultural enterprises that led to the creation of 933 jobs all along East Western Cape.
During the 2015-16, the Free State provincial government implemented 15 projects at the cost of 5.275 million. In Limpopo, a total number of 19,051 jobs were created, 12,107 of them being permanent. Under the Litsima program, the Western Cape Department received an allocation of 49.61 million. The province supported a total of 31 agricultural enterprises and facilitated a creation of 534 jobs, because this is our province. Another successful story in the department is that the aquaculture farm of Hamburg in Eastern Cape, which falls under the government's Operation Pakisa program, and employs 21 people from the community. Honorable Chair, there is a need to strive to transform this sector and coupled with empowerment, including targeted intervention to assist the new entrants in the sector, and particularly the small-scale fishing sector, with the technical support, finance support, and management, etc. This will ensure that no individuals remain paper quota holders with no direct impact on their economy and their livelihood. It is therefore the government's intention to meaningfully transform the fishing sector, and we encourage the industry to work with the minister and endorse such policies and changes. In this light, we as the ANC, we support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call upon Honorable Member MLW Filtane.
The UDM supports the budget vote with the following comments. Although the department manages 64,000 hectares of category B and C plantations, there is no budget for the revitalization of these plantations, through which process jobs could have been created. South Africa could soon be a net importer of saw logs because of the state's poor management of the forests. That would be the consequence. Building costs will therefore go up. The department boasts a large number of highly qualified personnel, yet all we see is an ongoing increase in the number of foodless people and jobless citizens. The projected 40,000 beneficiaries of the food production initiatives is less than 1% of the total population of people that live below the poverty datum line. Truth is, people don't care how much you know. All they want to know is how much you care for them. The impact of your drought relief program was so minimal that 2 farmers took their lives after losing hope in your endeavors. Most farmers in the Eastern Cape have only heard about your efforts instead of actually getting it. Food prices are set to soar to unprecedented levels. The effect of the drastic reduction of the budget of the Agricultural Research Council is going to be so negative that even ordinary citizens will decry your decision. This is an entity that was able to produce an effective drought-tolerant maize seed. Had they had the obviously necessary financial support, the effect of drought would have been so seriously minimized, thus saving the lives of so many citizens who have died from poverty. Go produce food for the starving masses, such that the social grant beneficiaries can get food at farm gate prices with minimal transport costs. Understand that transport costs add 25% to your plate of food. Prioritize food production on state-owned farms, because the concept of smallholder farmers is not being successfully run by the department. They live below the poverty datum line. I suggest the department responds faster to the recommendations of the committee. Poverty drives more people to social security for financial relief.
Honorable Member, round up. Round up.
You're taking from my time. I've lost 10 seconds now. I don't need to be reminded. Please. Numbers of food producers has declined by 30% in the last 10 to 20 years. Current government is not being effective in stopping this hemorrhage. South Africa is going to be less food producing and have high food costs. Minister, you are contributing to the high inflation of the country. Most important and urgent, agricultural remains very white. They still enjoy the exclusive supply of fertilizers. 71 million, for instance, in KZN went to fertilizer, and suppliers were exclusively white companies. It is disturbing to hear that those farmers, some white farmers, still exclude the majority of people by using Africans in their meetings. Under your watch, Minister, you are not listening, and as such, this is going to continue because you are not listening. Please listen. We can't have people being excluded from farming because you are not listening at the moment. Please, we demand a clear, realistic plan
Honourable
to change
Member,
this
your
around.
time
Thank
is
you.
up.
On a point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Member
On a point of
MLW
order, Chair.
Filtane. Point of order.
Chair. Over here. Chair, on a point of order, the DA is sending their popcorn this side.
Honourable Member, the point of order is not sustained. Oh, thank you, Honourable Member MLW Filtane. I will now call upon Honourable Member PWA Mulder. Over to you.
Chairperson, the current drought is being described as the worst drought in 100 years. Thousands of smallholder farmers and subsistence farmers' livelihoods have been wiped out. Only in the next 6 months will we truly be experiencing the true impact of the drought. Not yet. We'll experience it in terms of food prices, still rising all the time. We'll experience it in terms of small and commercial farmers who cannot farm any longer, and that's very serious. Van die 35,000 kommersiële boere, and I'm now talking Afrikaans, where is that member? Van die boere wat is tot 10% in ernstige finansiële nood. Dit beteken, hulle het al hulle buffers opgebruik. Hulle het byvoorbeeld nie meer vee om te verkoop om kontant vir hulle te skep nie. In die volgende seisoene, dis die krisis, sal nie kan geld leen om te kan plant ten einde te probeer om met 'n nuwe oes uit die skuld uit te kom nie. Nou as die boer nie meer kan boer nie, moet hy sy grond verkoop en dit sal gaan gebeur. Dan verloor die plaaswerkers hulle werk en dit gemaak dat duisende werkers en kleinboere en die boer na die stede toe gaan stroom. Om dit te voorkom sal banke hierdie boere tegemoet moet kom om te kyk hoe ver hulle skuld terugbetalings kan uitstel, maar die regering moet ook besluit of dit enigstens vir hulle 'n prioriteit is om hierdie nuwe stroom werklooses na die stede om te keer en voedselsekuriteit te beskerm. Ek sukkel nou nog om presies vas te stel watter droogtehulp uit die departement gekom het en aan wie die hulp gegee is. As dit slegs aan opkomende en bestaansboere gegee is, maak dit van die departement 'n rassistiese departement. Wat ek verder wil voorspel is dat hierdie minimale hulp aan swart boere nie die probleme gaan oplos nie. Ek wil verder voorspel dat die gebrek aan hulp aan kommersiële boere ingrypende gevolge vir die plattelandse gebiede gaan hê en vir die voedselsekerheid. So besides the drought, what are the important problems in agriculture currently? One surely is water. The shortage of water and especially the pollution of water affects agriculture directly. Similarly, energy, amongst other the cost of electricity and fuel. But the most important problem remains for the last how many years? Uncertainty. Uncertainty created by government statements, especially uncertainty about private ownership, and it's part this department, it's not all this department. This leads to farmers not investing and expanding. But not just private ownership for white farmers, but also private ownership for new black farmers. The land the state purchased to redistribute remained predominantly state land. Because ownership remains with the state, new farmers cannot obtain loans because the land is not theirs. This way they remain dependent on the state in this department and therefore are set up for failure. The chief executive of APSA Agribusiness calculates that approximately 90% of farms which have been successfully claimed are no longer being commercially operated. So let's compare interesting Zambia to Zimbabwe. After 1994, Zambia recognized private ownership of land and encouraged a free market. During that time, Zambia's GDP tripled. Zambia, which traditionally imported maize from South Africa, became self-sufficient and is now exporting agricultural products. During the same period, Zimbabwe adopted a new land policy, effectively nationalizing land. In this time period, the economy was halved, and employment rose from 20% at the moment they became dependent on South Africa. So we all took note of the Arab Spring uprisings in different countries, on how revolution brought governments down. What is the possibility of the same happening in South Africa? A prominent leader said the strategic essentials to avoid the revolution is defense, the police, and intelligence services. So he was wrong. The strategic essentials are water, energy, and food security through agriculture. Cut the water, cut the energy, cut food, and then you have a revolution, and this department is the one that can help us to avoid that at the moment. Want as ons dit nie gaan doen nie, sê ek vir die
Honourable Member, your time is up.
en as ons voortgaan om beleidsrigtinge te volg wat nie op feite baseer is nie, dan gaan ons terug na die middeleeue en nie die toekoms in nie. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member Mulder. I will now call upon Honourable TMA Dongwane.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, MECs present, Honorable Members, viewers and guests, allow me to start by saying the ANC supports Budget Vote 24. Chairperson, I wish to salute the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister for the excellent programs they champion in driving growth for forestry in the country. My gratitude also go to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries for providing leadership in the oversight of the sector. Honorable members, during the Portfolio Committee oversight visit to Limpopo forestry areas in July 2015, it became clear to me that forestry is one of the catalysts for growth and economic transformation for the country. It also became clear that this is possible where real transformation can be given attention as per the Minister and Deputy Minister's budget vote statements. It is indisputable that forestry has a potential for job creation and youth employment, including entrepreneur development, due to its diversified forestry products. Reports point out that the sector is a major contributor to the South African economy through its well-developed and diversified forest products industry, and that it currently contributes 0.7% to the gross domestic product and supports manufacturing subsectors such as sawmilling, paper and pulp production, mining and construction. The commercial forestry subsector, which is said to occupy 1.26 million hectares of plantation land, accounts for an investment value of $2.6 billion with annual sustainable production of 20 million tons of timber, with main products ranging annually from pulp, 2.6 million tons, wood chips, 2.4 million tons, and lumber, 1.4 cubic meters, remain one of the areas we need to enforce transformation in line with the Forest Sector Transformation Charter. Honorable Chairperson, despite budget cuts and drought, interventions to support smallholder producers with technical infrastructure and financial support continued. The ANC believes more still needs to be done to ensure more participation of women and youth. Honorable Chairperson, the department established conditional grants to support smallholder producers for agriculture. It will be important for the department to consider establishing a grant for forestry small growers, because forestry has a capacity to create jobs and build better communities. The participation of the department on Operation Pakisa has strengthened the law enforcement as well as the monitoring and surveillance activities through collaboration with some of the security cluster agencies. The implementation of the integrated fisheries security strategy in sync with the marine protection services
and governance is expected to yield the desired protection of the limited fisheries resources and assisted in the recovery of suboptimal fish stocks. The Portfolio Committee reiterates that the department should clearly align its service delivery targets to be geared towards palpable impact that ultimately are to drive economic growth, create jobs, and ensure food security. Honorable Chairperson, the department is, in conclusion, I salute those at the forefront for leading the forestry sector and for championing government programs for the sector, including sustainable forest management as presented today. Ka ga jalo modulasetilo yo tlotlegang, ANC e ama ngangisano ya tekanyetsokabo eno keng. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Member Dongwane. I will now call upon Honorable Member Z. Youngblood.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Vandat minister Zokwana in Mei 2014 die leiersels by landbou, bosbou en visserye oorgeneem het, het hy nog amper niks gedoen om visserye se nagmerrie van wanadministrasie, korrupsie, willekeurige besluitneming en vrot quota beleid te pak nie. Toegegee, die minister het komplekse beleidsvoorskrifte van sy voorgangers geërf, maar min verhoed om huis skoon te maak en ontslae te raak van die spul vrotappels wat daarvoor verantwoordelik is, dat visserye se integriteit aan flarde is en dat vissergemeenskappe en kommersiële belanghebbendes geen vertroue het dat visregte ooit op 'n deursigtige en regverdige manier toegeken sal word nie. Ek wil u herinner aan die peperdierondersoeke en forensiese audits wat gedoen is na die tersyde gestelde quota-proses van 2013. Ons weet mos wie die knoeiers is wat verantwoordelik is vir die onverkooklike gemors. 'n Gemors wat 3 jaar en al amper 40 miljoen rand gekos het om reg te stel. Dieselfde amptenare wat verantwoordelik is vir die afgryslike vermorsing, sit nog knus in die departement en is kniediep betrokke in die proses om visregte aan kleinskaalse vissers in ons kusdorpe toe te ken. Van die regering se beloofde good story vir sukkelende vissers kom dadels, terwyl die spertyd vir die implementering van die plan verder op die lange baan geskuif word met elke nuwe strategie wat voorgelê word. Minister, u amptenare en voorgangers praat al sedert 1994 met vissersgemeenskappe om hulle te oortuig dat die regstel van die verlede se ongeruimdhede die regering se prioriteit is. Toe bedink u die kleinskaalse vissersplan wat Kama ten doel het om die sosio-ekonomiese omstandighede van ons mense dramaties te verbeter en werk te skep. Ek wonder soms, who's fooling who? Die demokrasie is vanjaar 22 jaar oud en bestaansvissers is presies waar hulle voor 1994 was en die nie slegter af nie. Die wetsaanpassings is gedoen, die voorligting is gegee, die bonafides word geverifieer, die mandjie spesies is regulasies gepubliseer, die belofte gemaak, en dis dieselfde ou een van 2015, maar minister, daar is geen begroting vir die implementering van die plan nie. Who's fooling who? Ek kan u maar so langs vet smeer. Die vissers gaan prosedeer, net soos diegene wat makreelkwotas het wat nou hernie moet word. Ek verwys na die 8000 ton eksperimentele makreelkwota wat op vreemde wyse en buite die gewone prosesse aan meneer James Boy van Hermanus, 'n man met die regte politieke bande toegeken is. Ek wil die minister daaraan herinner dat hy teen môre die appellante se versoek vir tersydestelling van die onverklaarbare en onprosedurele toekenning moet antwoord. Ek herinner herinner my dat u navorsingseenheid aanbeveel het dat die makreelkwota vanjaar met 7,8% verminder moet word om die bron te beskerm. Toe verhoog die Broeiplan eenklaps die toelaatbare vangs met 27%. U sal moet verduidelik. Maar dis nie net vissers en makreel en geld wat ter sprake is nie. Die krisis met perlemoenstropery en die permanente wyse waarop ons bronne dikwels terwyl wetstoepassers hulpeloos toekyk gesteel word en 'n vals ekonomie geskep word, behoort u slapelose nagte te gee. By u perlemoen in Daba verlede jaar is bevestig dat net in 2014 7000 perlemoen gestroop is. In 2012 is 58 ton perlemoen op land gekonfiskeer. Verlede jaar is sowat 200 ton gestroopte perlemoen ter waarde van R1 miljard in Asia verkoop. Die departement erken dat hy geen kapasiteit het om ons perlemoenbronne in die water te beskerm nie. Die DA wil hier aanspoor om so gauw moontlik maatreëls in plek te stel om stropery te bekamp. Ons mag nie langer die free for all aan ons kuste verdra nie. Vandag is dit perlemoen, wie weet wat dit môre sal wees. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Member Youngblood. I will now call upon Honorable Member L.M. Jaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. It is the duty of this department to hold the executive accountable so that the people of South Africa receive the services they deserve. The budget that has been allocated should be effectively and efficiently used. DAF is responsible for food safety and security. Of course, we have got the NDP and new growth path. That are some of the policy framework guiding this department. This budget also should be used how I wish in the construction of agri-parks as outlined in SONA. Of course, now some of these have been constructed in provinces like Gauteng, Isi, and Mpumalanga. This department has got the potential of creating jobs to fight unemployment as one of the three challenges facing our country. The targets and the non-implementation of IGR should be thoroughly looked into in order to achieve all these. The budget, Honourable Minister, is very small to tackle the negative impact of drought we've just received. It is not enough to bring solutions to all these challenges. However, half a loaf received is better than no bread. We should learn now to do little rather to do more with the little. How I wish to see the fulfillment, Honourable Minister, of those sectors that were promised now to be delivered to some of the provinces. We've been waiting for so long. These sectors now should be under the custody of traditional leaders, so that now the people at the grassroots level now should benefit. We appreciate the support programs that have been engaged, like the CASP, that is the Comprehensive Agri Support Program, the Litsima, Mafisa, the Micro-Agricultural Financial Institution of South Africa, because an amount of 9.2 billion has been allocated to Mafisa. These are the programs we hope will deliver services to smallholder farmers. The irregular expenditure of 2.7 million that has been reported and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 199,000 should not be repeated. We want to see the radical economic transformation so as to benefit the long-struggling smallholder farmers and those emerging farmers. We hope we shall see more activities in the sectors of forests and fisheries. The revitalization of plantations will also create jobs for the communities. Many people coming to fisheries, living along the coast, depend on fishing to earn their living. They should be encouraged. Policies, regulations, and permits should be sped up to make these
Honourable
people
Member,
to
your
engage
time is
properly
up.
in their small scale. AIC supports this budget. Thank you for the word.
Thank you, Honorable Member Nchaisa. I will now call upon Honorable Member PP Mabi.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of the session, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, MECs of Agriculture. You are going to hear a lot of sense if you relax and take your time. Members of Parliament, because we're going to pop popcorns now. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the legs of lies are short. There is a lie that the Democratic Alliance, which we referred to as the disparate alliance a week ago, continues to tell our people. It continues to say 8.3 million South Africans are unemployed. It forgets to tell people that my sister got a job yesterday, like many others who are getting jobs every day. Actually, you will hear how many other jobs we have managed to create. So if we stay at 8.3 million unemployed South Africans every day, are you saying this government is standing still or doing nothing? It's not possible. You are not going to lead this country by telling people lies. You must start honoring your Sundays, attend church. It's important to your souls and conscience. You can't get it right when you do that. We thought we should start there because somewhere in our speech, actually, to just share with the Democratic Alliance, I was asked by ordinary South Africans out there on why is it that we in the ANC have got more minutes. I clarified them. It is because we are the ruling party. We rule the DA.
Order. Order.
Bagologolo ba boletši ba re kudumela moepathutsi ga go lekhumo le le tšwago kgauswi. It is very important to understand, and I like the fact that the Deputy Minister has made that point, that there are those who are spokespersons of their own interest. If the same interest existed in the ruling party, it would be daylight corruption. But if it exists this side, it is allowed. Because the people who sit this side have arrogated to themselves the role of being custodians of moral standing in society. They are the only ones who must be believed. They are the only ones who can do business, and it is not conflict of interest. These ones here. When they speak about drought, they even stand and say, I am a farmer. I am affected as a farmer. I wonder if I rose and said, I'm talking for publications because I owned Kwela Express, if that would be accepted.
Point of order. Honorable Member, take your seat.
The member is misleading the House. I never said I'm a farmer. I am a
Honorable
farmer.
Member, that's not a point of order.
Nobody said I said it. He's misleading the House. Rule 46. But I am a farmer and I'm proud of it.
Honorable Member, may you please take your seat?
Yes, you are a farmer and I'm also a media practitioner and I'm proud of it. We must learn to respect each other's interest in that way. It cannot be that these ones this side are the ones who must enjoy the luxuries of freedom that you this side have fought so hard for. This is Freedom Month, by the way. When you celebrate your freedom, you must tell everyone, including your members, that we are dancing on this freedom because of the ANC. We must also remind you that when we launched our manifesto, we said to our people, and this we are going to repeat to all of you again, we said we are going to govern with the people. That's why we are here. That's why we are here.
Order,
to govern
members.
With all of you.
Now, screaming obstructs the decorum of the House. So, order.
We are not going to be intimidated in this country when we fought so hard to liberate our people. We are fighting for farmers across the board. We have already met with commercial farmers. I think the Honorable Mulder from the Freedom Front Plus might have missed the point because it is also dangerous, Chair of the session, for those of honorable members who rise to debate this kind of issues when they don't sometimes interact with the portfolio committee, because they miss an opportunity of examining and understanding the work of the portfolio committee. We have already met with Grain SA and many others, stakeholders, who are commercial farmers themselves. We have met with the Land Bank and the IDC, who have agreed, Madam Steyn, you'll agree with me on this one, that they are going to give soft loans. Honorable Steyn, yes, of course, you must also behave in an honorable manner. They are going to be giving out soft loans to try and assist these ones. So we are not going to be pushed to declare drought a national disaster. People want us to declare drought a national disaster so that we could fit into their own personal fiefdoms, not because we must address a national question. The IRC here has already come up with a drought-tolerant maize. Is that not enough? These great stories are not being told. All you know is that 8.3 million South Africans are unemployed. You forget to count the maids you are employing in your homes and gardeners you are hiring every day. No, we just employed a maid, we just employed a gardener. We just employed you here in Parliament. You must also count yourself. So it is very important that we also start there. Chairperson, we also welcome the implementation of the compulsory community service for veterinarians. This has been introduced to ensure that vets are encouraged to be patriotic by serving first the remote rural livestock farmers before they can serve their choices. That's why in this manifesto we said people govern. And these are the rural masses. These are the people you find in villages. You are going to see them after the 3rd of August when the ANC return back to power. We hope the department will introduce the necessary measures, including the rural allowance, to encourage these vets to choose to remain in the rural areas, because the ANC is where the people are. Our masses are in the villages. These are the farmers that we must be talking for, not ourselves.
Honorable
and our
members,
families.
don't drown the speaker, please. Don't drown the speaker. Order.
We have also taken note that the majority of livestock is in the hands of the black farmers. If supported to improve the quality of red meat, actually you shouldn't just have said that's better. Honorable Steyn was supposed to comment, the chair of the committee, a point she promised to do when we're in the portfolio committee, for the sterling work she has been doing in the portfolio committee. Because they tell a lot of lies, Chair, she forgot to remind you of this one. I will speak on her behalf. You are doing a good job at the portfolio committee. You said that. Chairperson, we take notes. Now you need to listen to this one, because now we are now talking about jobs. We are now telling the nation the truth. Chairperson, we take note the jobs planned through various programs in the APP that support smallholder farmers. We welcome the plan to create 12,000 jobs through CASP. Just write it down there so that you don't forget. 8,000 jobs through Ilima Litsima, and 1,575 jobs in the forestry program during the reforestation. You need to write it down so that when you do your manifesto, you say, this is what the ANC has done. So we can continue to walk behind them and help them to achieve this. On aquaculture, I'm sure you have seen the president of the ANC, who's also the president of the Republic, was in PE a week before we launched the real manifesto. Not dreams, not dreams. We are not planning to build gardens when we are in power. We are already using local farmers for school feeding schemes there. So ours are not dreams. You see, even the dream of Martin Luther King for America to be led by a black person has been achieved. This dream is in motion. So we don't have a dream to build gardens that, no. We're already doing it. So we are an organization we are a movement of plans. The ANC is in transition. Okay.
Order.
We want to launch the oceans economy in the Eastern Cape.
Order.
So we will tell you the story. Because in agriculture, our focus on the ocean's economy is on aquaculture. Honorable Stein must be our spokesperson on this one.
Order.
Because there's a farm in Hamburg in the Eastern Cape, and they are part of this aquaculture arrangement. There's already been the first harvest, which consisted of about 260 dusky cobfish, totaling 277 kilograms, with an average individual weight of 1.1 kilogram a fish. The second harvest comprised of 162 fish, with an average weight of 1.2 kilograms. The Hamburg Cob pilot project, about 60 kilometers from East London, has employed 21 people. Let's subtract them from the 8.3 million. You see, we're making some progress. We need to start. You know, each and every number that I count, subtract. It's very important. Another story is the story of Thandi Mukwena of White River in Mpumalanga, who re-established the Dagama and Legogote farms and registered their own business under the Mazzino Business Enterprise, established in 2001. The farm comprises of more than 700 hectares, of which 350 is grazing land. On the 300, there are gum trees, and on the 50 are subtropical fruits and vegetables. You'll also appreciate that there are also people employed here. Subtract them from the 8.3. Look for your calculator. Look for the calculator. Look for the calculator. Look for the calculator. Look for the calculator. Calculator. In 2013, Mamukwena won the top female entrepreneur in the commercial sector category. That was arranged by Lefapha la Temo, Ditlhapi le Mafoka. She received a monetary prize which she used to clear 40 hectares of the farm. She further received 3 million in funding from the department through the recapitalization program, which she used to buy a buggy, a tractor, a number of cattle, and build a house for her farm workers. This is what you must learn, Honorable Stein. You as a mother, you hold it like this and push with the nation. And we're doing it this side. She supplies gum trees to industries where they are used for production of palm, mining timber, building, and electric poles. These are not stories that you can only find everywhere else. These are stories created by the ANC. Stories of South Africa before 1994 were stories of incarceration. Before 1994, stories of South Africa were stories of incarceration. Produce of bananas, spinach, and tomatoes and supplies.
Your time is up.
Bari khomu e ka bolatla, bari khomu ga e bolatle ka moka.
Your time is up.
We support the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mabi. I will now call upon the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
Chairperson, let me say that I have listened attentively. Like a postman, I always choose not to chase dogs when they chase my bicycle. For I will not be measured on the number of dogs I've chased than the letters I've delivered. So I have been very clear that I will not be dragged into other things. Madam Stein, I respect you, Honorable Madam Stein. I was with you last night. And when, yes, let me say it. So I think that, and I said to you last night, don't be friendly to me when there are no people in Parliament. Let's keep this friendship everywhere. Let me come to what you have said. We've argued repeatedly on the issue that faces farm workers. Let me explain the figure of 22 billion. Even the farm organizations understand. It is not cash that they need. What they need is a state assurance that the state will be able to make sure that they can be given a chance to expand, even to prolong their banking. So I would like that to be clear that even with farmers we agree. Let me again say that I agree with you on transforming the land, but please, they say charity begins at home. I'm sure the honorable member of the EFF may not agree with me, but on one thing which agree with me is that in the Western Cape, there's no land for black people. I'm telling you it's true because it has been proven that in the Western Cape, if you start to farm, it's either the land belongs to a local authority or the land belongs to public works. And the sooner you make profit, you are told that the land has been sold. If you don't believe me, go to Philippi tomorrow, you will see for yourselves. Again, Madam Stein, let's respect science and those who are trained to do certain jobs. When we speak of people who do these observations of the possibility of maize to improve, they are trained. You can't drive your car past a farm and decide that there will be this amount of maize that has been. So I'm saying, therefore, that the one you are carrying may not be from a farm, but from our own garden. I know you do have a garden. When I deal with the issues raised by, with Unkosi Utebekhulu, Baba undaba ezitha ngiyakahlela. Ngifuna ubonisa ukuthi akuyonyana ukuthi our department employs private vessels. We have got 6. Ngizocela ke ngenye ilanga ukuthi ukuthathwe baba usibone ukuthi zinjani. Zonke ziyahamba manje. With you I agree ukuthi nyani indaba ye poaching i-problem, but sine plan. Siza kubriefa baba. Ngicela futhi ukuthi uye enkosini zala ekhaya kwaZulu uzitshela ukuthi lo mhlaba uphansi kwazo zawulwela zawukhusela mazukhulule ulinywe sine program uba uFiltani uzakutshela ukuthi bengiphaka ubelalini yakhe ngafuna nomzi wakhe khuluma ngolimo. Now
point of order.
Ubaba Mulder, yeah baba.
Chair.
There's a point of order, honorable member.
Bengicela umhlonishwa aqondise umhlaba ukhululile ukuthi abantu bawusebenza abekho abantu abavikela usenzo umhlaba. Wawona lo wakwaZulu wonke umuntu unalungelo usenzo umhlaba athi oyisabelo sakhe akaphoqiwe. Kodwa nje
Honorable member, that's not a point of order.
Baba undaba ezitha mangithi masidibane mina nawe. Ukwenzela ukuthi sihloniphane ngaphandle eParliament mhlawumbe ngibetha amanqala omlomo ngithi sicela zonke izinkosi ezinomhlaba wabantu ophansi kwabo umhlaba usetyenziswe ngoba i-private sector is agreeing now to get into isincedise sikwazi ulima umhlaba wakho phakathi kwethu. Siyahlonipha inkosi futhi asizibangisi. Mama Mayefro Honorable Youngblood ekesibhayale Yamel. You listen to a guy who always writes papers every weekend. You come here and tell us about horse margarine. You're not telling us other companies that are making 3 billion rands a year. You complain about a black person who's the first to acquire a license in horse margarine. Horse margarine is at present fished on an experimental basis because not being able to find how much of it is there. So you don't complain about other companies because they are white. You only angry because there's a black person who's qualified to fish. It doesn't sit well with you. Except for as a brief. Don't listen to people who are telling you stories because they've got their own anger. Okay, the Simpson must not be your spokesperson. Do your own work, do your own research. When you come here, you'll be able then to tell us facts. EFF, I will request honorable member that we organize for you a trip to go to a fish farm. Maybe you went to a dam so that it was a farm. So that you'll be able to know between a dam and a fish farm, omotluko yini. Ubaba ukhona umuntu asehambile ninamleka sithe sawudibana. I hope I will have time with her. Let me thank all those who have made inputs in this budget. And the department we lead is eager to listen, is eager to engage. And even, I'm happy now that even last night, I was meeting with people from citrus fruits, and I agree that with them we're going to make this country green, not the green of trees, but fruit. Together we'll change this country. We can only improve when we work together. I won't call you popcorns.
Honorable Minister,
but please don't behave like
time is up.
popcorns. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.